Dear participant, welcome to this plenary. Don't hesitate to raise your hand to have your sound and audio system tested. Chers participants, bienvenue à cette session plénière. N'hésitez pas à lever la main afin d'avoir votre système audio et vidéo testé.
Laurence?
Oui,
Bonjour,
bonjour.
c'est Alain.
Oui,
J'aimerais juste faire un petit test. J'étais en discussion en parallèle, donc je voulais pas faire avant.
il n'y a pas de souci.
Donc je vais allumer ma caméra.
Mhm.
Ok. Tu m'entends bien, tu me vois bien.
Oui, très bien.
Super. Et merci, j'ai fait les 2-3 tests avant, donc c'est
Oui,
bon
j'ai
pour
vu
moi.
tes documents passer. Ouais.
Désolé de t'avoir dérangé.
Non, mais il n'y a pas de souci. Il vaut mieux faire ça au début qu'il n'y a pas trop de monde.
Oui, c'est sûr. Merci beaucoup. À tout
Je
à
t'en
l'heure.
prie. À tout à l'heure. Dear participant, do not hesitate to raise your hand to test your audio and video system. Chers participants, n'hésitez pas à lever la main afin de tester votre système audio et vidéo. Dear participant, welcome to this plenary. Please don't hesitate to raise your hand if you wish to test your audio and video system. The meeting will start in 30 minutes. Chers participants, bienvenue à cette session plénière. N'hésitez pas à lever votre main afin de tester votre système audio et vidéo. Le meeting va commencer dans à peu près 30 minutes. Merci. Dear participants, don't hesitate to raise your hand to test your equipment, audio and vidéo. Chers participants, n'hésitez pas à lever la main afin de tester votre système audio et vidéo. Marilyn, do you want to test your audio and video?
Yes. Good morning, Laurence. I think I have
morning.
a problem with the camera.
Okay.
So I need to change the camera that is selected in the settings.
Okay, sure.
So I'll do that, and then I will try again, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think it works now.
Oui, parfait.
And the sound, okay, huh? Is also fine.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Laurence.
Maybe put your mic a little bit closer to your mouth.
Yeah.
Ah voilà, super.
Maintenant, c'est plus
parfait,
fort.
oui, c'est mieux.
D'accord.
C'est parfait, ouais. Des fois c'est un peu sensible, mais c'est parfait.
C'est parfait. Merci beaucoup.
Je t'en prie.
Merci, à tout à l'heure.
Tout à l'heure.
And then you're streaming. No, that's, I think, another...
Dear participants, the meeting will start in 20 minutes. Don't hesitate to raise your hand if you like to test your système audio and vidéo. Chers participants, le meeting va commencer dans 20 minutes. N'hésitez pas à lever la main pour tester votre système audio et vidéo. Oui, c'est tout. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Good morning.
Testing my microphone.
Yeah,
And
well,
camera.
video as well, yeah.
Everything is good. Let me just check the height. Maybe I should do like this. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Laurence, can I try again to come in and
Of
do
course.
some test?
Yeah, of course. Alan did his test as well.
Oh.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please.
Okay, I just see the camera is is not working again. Okay. I don't know why. And I don't know somehow if I just need to. Yeah.
Yeah.
The bad news is, I don't know, I haven't done much, and the camera was again on the other one, but
Okay.
I don't know what could have happened that it.
You are at the office? Maybe you can ask Lala to pass by quickly?
Yes, maybe I'll do that, yeah.
You will feel better if you know that everything is okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. So, dear participants, don't hesitate to raise your hand to test your system audio and video. The meeting will start in 15 minutes. Chers participants, n'hésitez pas à lever la main afin de tester votre système audio et vidéo. Le meeting va désormais commencer dans 15 minutes à peu près. Si desea probar su audio y video, levanta su mano, por favor. Gracias. Bonjour Sver, good morning Sver, you have the floor.
Oui, voilà, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Vous m'entendez?
Très bien.
Très bien, mais le caméra n'est pas... Alors, attendez.
Ah, parfait, je vous vois.
Très bien, merci.
Merci à vous. Morning Andrea.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, very well.
Perfect.
I can see you as well.
Great.
You have a headset for the meeting, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's there.
Easy then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to test slide or thing like that?
Yes,
Alan did. If you want.
in a minute. Yes, now let me do it right away. No, I need a minute. I'll come back. Go ahead in the
Okay,
meantime.
sure. Yes, Atu, please.
I have a question. If I would need to stream a document, would I give it to one of the coordinators or I can do it myself?
You can do it yourself.
Okay.
You want to try?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you know how?
No.
Alors, you see there is 5 blue button on the top of the screen. There is a mic, a camera.
Yes. Yeah. Enable screen sharing. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So you click on this one.
Okay. I see. And I can only take a screen, or I can do entire screen or window or Chrome tab. Okay.
Voilà. So it's better to have your document already open on your screen.
Exactly.
And in fact, you just switch and you show the window.
Okay. I think I have it open, but somehow it's not showing. It's only showing my emails. Okay, I have it on the screen. This one. Just testing. It's just one of the draft decisions.
Yeah. It works. Perfect.
Very good. Okay. I can. All done. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. Dear participant, welcome to this plenary. If you like to test your system audio and video, please raise your hand. Andrea, yes.
Can I quickly?
Yeah, please.
Check the projection. Pretty sure it works, but.
Et voilà, super. Yeah. Yeah, all good.
Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Done.
Chers participants, bienvenue à cette session plénière. Si vous désirez tester votre système audio et vidéo, n'hésitez pas à lever la main. Si desea aprobar su audio y video, levanta su mano, por favor. Oui.
No, that's me again. I wanted to try
Please.
the screening, but yeah, I can
Your video
see
is off. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, so I cannot enable my video. It's bizarre. I'm not expected to do the screen, but I wanted just in case to see how to do the screening of the intranet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if.
So you need to open the window.
Yeah, window
on your
and
computer.
then
On the intranet, and then you click on the button Enable Screen Sharing.
Is that like that?
Voilà. Exactly. Yeah, perfect. So here you share the same window, in fact. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, maybe I need to do it this way. If I can just try.
So you want to share window?
Yes, I'm just trying again from the page. I just wanted to make sure that I have the right page to be shown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Window. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Does it work? Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, all good.
Just in case.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Laurence.
Welcome. Dear delegates, the meeting will start in 10 minutes. Please take this opportunity to test your video and system audio by clicking on the raise my hand. I will give you the floor. Cher participant, parfait. Belle. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Can
You're
you hear
welcome.
me well?
Yeah, you're very well. Yeah.
Yes, and my camera is working, perhaps?
Not for the moment.
Oh.
You need to activate it.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Dear participant, if you like to test your system audio and video, please raise your hand. Chers participants, si vous désirez tester votre système audio et vidéo, merci de lever la main. CDC Emiliano. Hop, I give you the floor. Good morning, good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you want to turn on your camera? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you're driving.
Okay, that's perfect.
Thank you.
I'm driving. I'm going to my office.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice meeting.
Thank you. Bye.
Donc, chers participants, si vous désirez tester votre système audio et vidéo, s'il vous plaît, levez la main. Si desea aprobar su audio o video, levanta su mano, por favor. Morning, Lala. You mute, I guess.
Okay, now you can see us, right? Because
yeah, perfectly. Yeah,
with the
it works
camera.
well.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Welcome. Oui, Juliette, je te donne. Hop, please, I give you the floor.
Okay, testing now the sound.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, video as well.
Testing the video.
Yeah, all good. You will use a net set during the meeting.
Yep.
Super. Perfect.
Thanks.
Have a nice meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, Aloj, please take the floor. Aloj from Slovenia. Good morning.
Setting and the connections. I take you hear me well and
yeah, very well.
And see me.
Okay.
For instance, I don't see you. You should turn on. Voilà, here you are.
Now you see me as well.
Yeah,
okay.
I see you.
Okay, so great, everything is fine.
Yeah, thank you. Have a nice meeting. Bye bye.
Laurence?
Yes.
Je peux faire un test rapide de screening, s'il te plaît?
Oui.
Très
et
rapide.
après, je vais passer la vidéo pour comment utiliser le système.
Oui, d'accord. Alors, attends-moi juste une seconde. Share. Tu vois quelque chose?
Non, pas pour l'instant, non.
Alors, attends, je vais refaire. Toujours pas? Ah si, là, oui.
Ah, voilà, ça arrive. Oui, parfait.
Ok. Et puis, tac, tac. Ok, c'est bon. Merci.
Yes, Ricardo, from Mexico, please take the floor.
Good morning here in Mexico.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Do you want to test your video as well?
Yeah, I might test my video, but okay, here.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. You hear me good?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, very well.
All good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Bye.
So, dear participant, I will now launch a video. I just have Zuki. Zuki, we just arrived. Morning, Zuki.
Hi, good morning.
I can hear you very well.
Can you hear me? Oh, God.
I think you are muted, Laurence.
I'm appearing unmuted.
We can hear you, Zuki.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but
Okay,
I think Laurence has an issue.
Who has an issue?
Laurence, I cannot hear Laurence.
But can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and the video is okay?
Yes, the video is
fine.
good.
Whew. Just, can I check something here? I want to check.
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well at the moment.
I was advised to get rid of the headphone, so that would work.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, let me do this. Okay, that's fine. Let me quickly ask Joseph to send this to you. That would work better. I don't know what the headphone was doing. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hope it can stay like that for the entire meetings.
I'm not using the headphone.
But okay, now you have a direct line with Interprefy, right? You have, because I think they contacted you this morning already. I think it's Yunon or Interprefy. They contacted you this morning.
I don't know. We have been in meetings since morning. Is there another?
Okay. No, so maybe they have not contacted you because they asked for your telephone number, but it could be that in the end they haven't.
No, I didn't get any phone. We have been in meetings since before my bureau meeting. Even now I'm from another one.
Okay.
Okay. So with this one, the only thing I lost, was that background. It doesn't matter. I don't want to tamper with anything at the moment.
Mm-hmm. No, but this is perfect at the moment. And if there is any issue, contact the tech support with the bottom with the envelope. No, the other one with the exclamation mark. And we can also give your number to the support team through the chat, we have a WhatsApp group with them.
Okay.
Okay. Wonderful.
Okay. Let me just get this sent to the interpreters.
Okay. You have the name, the email address, Benedict.
Yeah, I was sent. Let me just do that. Thank you so much.
Okay, wonderful. Have a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, you too. And thank you for the patience. I just don't understand what was the issue. Let me just close this. Thank you so much.
Laurence, I think you're muted.
Welcome to this short introduction to our virtual meeting with Remote Simultaneous Interpretation, or RSI. Since this may be the first time for some of you using an RSI platform, here are some tips to ensure the best experience possible for all participants and interpreters. Please try and meet as many of these guidelines as possible before you take the floor, as it will drastically improve your connection, sound, and video. If you are not able to do so for this meeting, please bear them in mind for your next virtual meeting. The first tip is to always use a laptop or desktop computer, not a phone or tablet, as these are usually not powerful enough, and to plug your computer directly into your modem with an Ethernet cable. This will greatly improve your connection speed and stability, and reduce the risk of your sound and video cutting out. Secondly, please use a headset while speaking, such as the one shown here, ideally with a noise-cancelling microphone. This will eliminate echo and feedback, and will make your sound crisper and clearer for all. If you don't have one to hand right now, as a temporary measure, you could use earbuds with an integrated microphone, or headphones and your computer's inbuilt microphone. In the worst case scenario that you don't have any of these, make sure to mute your computer's speakers when you take the floor, to avoid terrible feedback loops. In any case, please try and procure proper headsets like the recommended ones for your next meeting, and remember all the other options suggested here should be temporary and will make it more difficult to hear and interpret you. Please also turn on your video. It helps other participants feel less alienated, and interpreters rely a lot on non-verbal visual cues and body language. Please make sure you are clearly visible from the waist up, with your light source in front of you, not behind you. When setting up, please find a quiet room in your house or office. Switch off all other applications on your computer and sound on all other devices, and plug your computer in to ensure optimal performance. During the meeting itself, please speak slowly and clearly, directly into your microphone, and avoid touching the microphone or shuffling papers close to it. And remember to mute when you have finished speaking. Please do bear these tips in mind for this and future meetings. RSI is much harder than in-person meetings for interpreters and can be challenging for participants as well. Unfortunately, there is always a risk interpretation may have to be suspended if the sound is not good enough. Please bear with us as we are doing our best. Here are some headsets recommended by Interprify. You should have received this presentation already, but if not, get in touch so it can be shared.
Now, some brief tips on the use of the platform. To request the floor, click on the green Raise Hand icon. This will place you in the speaker's queue. When the chair accepts your request, the following message is received. Chairperson allowed your streaming. Select video here in order to stream both audio and video. When you are given the floor, your microphone and camera icons will turn blue. Click on the red Disconnect button to pass control back to the chair. To change the interpretation language during the meeting, select the language of your choice by pressing the Select button at the top left-hand side of your screen. In case you encounter connection or other issues during the meeting, press the Restart All Lines icon, the two rotating arrows above the Raise Hand icon. If this fails, try refreshing your browser, clearing your browser history, allowing camera and microphone on your browser, or finally restarting your computer. We thank you for your time and wish you a very successful meeting.
Alors, I can see Osvaldo. Can you hear me? I give you the floor.
Yes, I can. Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
And you as well. All great.
Excellent. Thanks.
Have a nice meeting, Osvaldo. Bye-bye.
Well, I will need it.
So, dear Marilyn or Andrea or Alain, tell me if I continue the test or if you want to take the floor to start the meeting.
Please go on for a little bit. We'll let you know.
Okay, super.
We're slightly delaying the start of the meeting.
Okay.
We'll let participants know in a minute until.
Of course, no problem. Alors, dear Thomas du Congo, s'il vous plaît. Merci de prendre la parole. Thomas from
RDC, oui, c'était juste vous saluer et essayer si tout est en ordre chez moi.
Tout est en ordre, aucun problème. On vous entend parfaitement.
Merci beaucoup et bonne réunion à nous tous.
Exactement. Merci beaucoup, Thomas.
Merci.
So don't hesitate to raise your hand to test your audio and video. Alors, Reginald, oui. Reginald from Netherlands, please take the floor.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Work. I'm here.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you. It's perfect. Maybe if you take the floor, use the headset. It will be easier for the interpreter.
I will try. Okay, to find one. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Then you have Mohamed from Jordan. Good morning, Mohamed. Mohamed, can you hear me?
Yes, I am hearing you. You are hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, good. And about the photo?
Alors, for instance, is not active. Ah, voilà, here you are. Yeah, no. I can see you.
Okay, good.
Super. Thanks to you. Have a nice meeting.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Then you have Iran. Mohsen, please take the floor. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Many thanks.
I can see you as well. Maybe use the headset, huh? If you don't mind during the meeting, if you take the floor.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alors, then we have Felix from Switzerland. Morning, Félix. Bonjour, Félix.
Bonjour, c'est Félix, vous m'entendez?
Très, très bien.
Excellent.
Voulez-vous essayer de brancher votre caméra?
Oui, volontiers.
D'accord. Ah, parfait.
Ok.
Super.
Parfait, merci.
Merci à vous. Then we have Elizabeth from United Kingdom. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. The floor is yours. Ah, voilà, I can see you. I think you are muted. I cannot hear you. No, I still cannot hear you. No, still not, I'm sorry. Maybe your headset has an issue. Do you have a on-off on your headset? Lazat, for example, may have an on-off for the sound. Can you please click on the top of the page where there is the URL of the website? There is a little lock. Can you see the lock? And if you click on that, you can see if your mic is authorized or not. Maybe the problem is coming from there. It's just before un.interpret.world. There is a little lock. I can see you are mute from the system, but I cannot unmute you. Maybe I will ask my colleague to be in contact with you to see if they can help you. In the meantime, I will test Judith from Uruguay. Judith, you have the floor. Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yes,
can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, and I can see you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice meeting. Then we have Sarawati from Mauritius. Good morning, Sarawati. Can you hear me?
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour. Je vous entends très bien.
Ouais, c'est bien, c'est bien. Merci beaucoup. Mais bon courage.
Merci
Au revoir.
beaucoup.
Merci.
Bon meeting à vous.
Merci beaucoup.
Then I give the floor to Lina. Good afternoon, Lina. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me and see me? Oh, it looks good. It works good. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Lina. Then we have Serge. Yes, Serge, please. Serge, c'est à vous. Serge, m'entendez-vous? Ah, voilà, super.
Vous m'entendez?
Très, très bien, oui.
Juste un dernier test.
Parfait.
Au cas où je vois pas ma vidéo, là.
Non, la vidéo n'est pas enclenchée, non. Ah, voilà. C'est parfait.
D'accord, c'est parfait. Merci.
Merci, Serge. Alors, I will try again to give the floor to Elizabeth from UK. Let's see if she's here. No, she's not there. So, dear participant, don't hesitate to raise your hand to test your system audio and video. Ah, voilà, she's there. Elizabeth, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
me as well. Oh, fantastic.
Oh, excellent.
Super.
All working.
Super.
Lovely. Thank you very much
perfect.
indeed. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay.
Have a nice meeting, Elizabeth.
Yes,
Bye.
you too. Thank you. Bye.
So don't hesitate to raise your hand to test your system audio and vidéo. N'hésitez pas à lever la main afin de tester votre système audio et vidéo. So we have Nicola from Australia. Nicola, you can speak. Hello.
Hello. Okay, I'll just try turning on my camera. Can you?
Everything is working well. Perfect.
Excellent.
So if you take the floor, it's better to have a headset, if you don't mind to use one. Look at that. I didn't see. Oh, nice.
Hiding.
Yeah. I can see. Perfect. Thank you, my dear. Have a nice meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alors, then we have Glenn from New Zealand. Hello, Glenn.
Good evening. Just checking that you can hear me.
I can hear you very well.
And
see you as well. Perfect. Have a nice meeting. Donc, si vous désirez tester votre système audio et vidéo, n'hésitez pas à cliquer sur la petite main qui se trouve après votre nom. Je vous donnerai le micro et donc on pourra faire votre test. If you like to test your system audio and video, please raise your hand. I will give you the floor. Si desea aprobar su audio, levanta su mano, por favor. Alors, nous avons Jamie from Panama.
Hola.
Hola. So the sound is okay. Do you want to try your video?
Repeat, please.
It's okay. I can see you now. There is a bit of echo, but there is some echo. I can hear myself. Maybe puedo oír un eco. Puedo.
Alto y claro.
Sí. So,
ya se fue el eco.
Sí, un eco.
If we could please ask the participants to stop the sound because we would like to start the meeting now.
Ok. Señor, necesita de reiniciar la línea.
Ok.
Muchas gracias.
¿Tendría que cerrar la sesión y empezar de nuevo?
Sí, por favor.
Ok, gracias.
So I'm just testing Alimatu from Guinea, Andrea, and then I give you the floor, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Alors, Alimatu from Guinea, good afternoon. Bonjour. Alimatu, you have the floor. Alimatu from Guinea, can you hear me? But maybe she left. Andrea. So have a nice meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Laurence. Bye-bye. And I'm just giving the floor to our president, and then we are ready to start. Mr. President, we can see you, but not yet hear you. You're still muted.
Hear me?
Yes. Please, over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will now resume our plenary discussion on the outline segment on the COP. I hope you have had a fruitful discussion in contact group and medals of other events taking place in the framework of this outline segment to exchange information and ideas. I will now like to outline our plan for the day. First, we will hear a report of the contact group on the program of work and budgets, and then from the Stockholm COP president about a consultation on financial resources and mechanism under the Stockholm Convention. We will then like to give the opportunity to the African region to deliver its opening remarks, which they were not able to do on Monday due to technical difficulties. Then we will return to the matter of credentials in order to adopt our respective report on credentials. Next, we will adopt all outstanding decisions for the COPs, namely election of officers and financial resources and mechanism of a Stockholm Convention. Then we will adopt our respective decision on the interim program of work and budget for 2022 for each convention. We will then turn to the adoption of our meeting reports. And finally, we will suspend our meetings until the face-to-face segment. I now invite the Secretariat to provide us with any housekeeping information. Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, we would like to inform you about the availability of conference room papers, CRPs. So you see it now on the screen. You need to go on the intranet into the conference room papers menu item. What is available now is the three budget decisions. So that is a separate CRP for each of the conventions. Here you see the Basel I. If you want to see the Rotterdam one, you have to swap the tab. As you can see it now on the screen, then you see the Rotterdam decision, and then Stockholm also has a separate decision for the budget. And then on each of the 3 pages, you find an additional CRP on the programs of work and budget. So that is the same document on the 3 pages. And then additionally, we also have a CRP on the election of members of subsidiary bodies under the Rotterdam and Stockholm conventions. That is the same CRP for Rotterdam and Stockholm and available on both the Rotterdam and Stockholm intranet pages. There is also the meeting report ready for you. If you go into the menu item draft report, then you find here the L1 document. That's the report for Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm joint sessions. And if you go into the Stockholm tab, then you find a second report, which is a Stockholm specific one, applicable to the Stockholm-specific discussions on Monday. So these are all ready for you in languages for you to consult. The other housekeeping, I would like to apologies for slight interruption. The other housekeeping I wanted to make is that just to say again that if you wish to make statements during this meeting that are supposed to be included in the meeting report, you please need to give them orally. If you're not in a position to make a statement that you would like to make orally, please send it by private chat message to Sophie Thirion. So that's a colleague that is listed under S. Sophie Thirion, and ask for the statement to be read out on your behalf. Then the president will read it out on your behalf and it will be included in the meeting report. And if you just wish to submit statements for being posted on the intranet, then you can send it to this CRP email address. And if you just wish to circulate your statements so that the interpreters and report writers can make sure to get it all right, then you send it to Benedict Moki. What you can see now on the screen, and just a general reminder that interventions should be of 2 minutes maximum. We would also like to update you a little bit on the technical setup because we had a number of problems on Monday. So we have been working on these in order to provide you better services today. So the meeting platform provider has resolved these issues that were causing problems on Monday. So we are really hoping that especially in the viewer room, you have a better experience today. And also this problem we had last time with the auto volume not working properly has also been resolved. So we really hope that everything is working better. We also have backup options in place today in case there are again technical issues. And we have also increased the capacity of the remote technical support should you need to call the Interprefy technical support telephone number. And we really hope with these adjustments, we will have a better experience today. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretariat. Let us now turn to our first matter at hand, the report from the contact group on the program of work and budget that we have set up on Monday. I invite the co-chairs of this group, Reggie and Sam, to report on the deliberations. Yes, Reggie.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I will report back also on behalf of my co-chair, Sam Adukumi from Ghana, on the work which we carried out over the last 3 days. Monday, in plenary, the contact group was given the mandate, and that mandate contained 3 elements. Firstly, we need to develop the interim programs of work and budgets for 2022, which includes 2 distinct parts: the interim budgets for 2022 and the supplementary budget for meetings from the current biennium, but that had to be postponed to 2022 due to the COVID-19. Secondly, the contact group was asked to address and to prepare draft decisions for each meeting of the Conference of the Parties, using the drafts set out in joint document Basel 26, Stockholm 2030, Stockholm 30 as a starting point, and taken into account our discussion in plenary. Thirdly, we were asked to consider other decisions being adopted by the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm COPs to confirm that their budgetary implications have been included in the proposed interim programs of work and budgets for 2022. or that these decisions have no budgetary implications. Already on the first day of the contact group, on Tuesday, we managed to close our work with respect to the supplementary budget, and the remaining 2 days, the day before yesterday and yesterday, we addressed the interim budget 2022, as well as we cleared the decisions with or without financial implications. So, Mr. Chairman, we managed indeed yesterday evening at 9 o'clock Geneva time to fulfill the 3 elements of our mandate, and I'm glad indeed to share with you and with all the participants in the meeting the results of our meeting. I would like to emphasize at this stage that we did not manage, with respect to the interim budget 2022, to come with a clean text. There are still some brackets in the text, and they need to be addressed also in plenary. It deals with the text in the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention, so all 3 conventions, in the paras 23, 26, and 24, respectively, and it deals with other matters, section number 3, the preparation of the program of work, and the budget, of course, for 2020 and 23. And there are 2 sets of brackets in that text, as mentioned before, which need to be addressed. Another set of brackets is reflected in the draft decision for Rotterdam and for Stockholm. It deals with, respectively, paragraph 14 and paragraph 12, and that deals with the arrears paragraph. That text is between square brackets, as well as a paragraph 14 bis and paragraph 12 bis, which are associated paragraphs, and that is also which need to be discussed in plenary as well, and needs to be removed, or at least we have to take a decision on that. So that is still the work which needs to be carried out. And again, apologize that we did not manage to come with clean text, but it was unfortunately not possible to reach agreement on all the text. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank again all the participants in the contact group for their constructive work. And it was also very notable that we had more than 300 participants in the contact group. And that was indeed for the first time, of course, that we had such a huge audience in our meeting. And well, I'm glad that we finished the work, and now it's up to you and through you to the COP to take a final decision on these draft decisions. Also, on behalf of Sam Adukumi, thank you very much also for the given trust in us. And back to you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Reggie and Sam. And I would also like to express my appreciation to the entire group for this hard work during those last 3 days under these very particular circumstances. We will look at adopting the decision you prepared a bit later today. Next, let us hear from the Stockholm COP president about her consultations on the Stockholm Convention financial resource and mechanism.
Thank you, Monsieur President. I would like to report on the consultations on the financial resources and mechanisms under the Stockholm Convention that have been conducted over the past 3 days and also the early part of today. We were entrusted by the COP to consider the document UNEP POPS/COP.10/29, together with the CRP2 submitted by the GRULAC, and also taking into consideration the discussions in plenary. We have had various consultations where I believe that those involved have tried to grasp the different challenges and interests of parties. Unfortunately, we felt we did not have enough time to reach a full agreement to have a decision text for you at this moment, and would need to require additional consultations to be able to bring a text forward to you and the COP on this particular matter.
Thank you, Sylvia, for these updates. We will return to this issue in later today. As I indicated earlier, I will now provide an opportunity to the African region to deliver its opening statement, since they could not do that on Monday due to technical difficulties. African region, you have the floor. Zuki?
Mr. President, can you hear me?
Little bit.
Okay. We hear you, but we don't see you yet.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. Presidents of the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Convention COPs, respective bureaus, parties, the secretariats of the BRS conventions, excellencies, observers, ladies and gentlemen, the Africa region would like to thank the COP presidents, bureaus, and secretariats for the good work done in preparation for this meeting, notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic. The Africa region also thanks donors and for enabling simultaneous interpretation. We wish to appreciate civil society for continuously showing the presence of toxic chemicals like POPs, especially in children's toys in Africa. Most recently, in December 2020, Africa suffered from and is still grappling with illegal trafficking and dumping of chemicals and hazardous waste from some developed countries. In this particular case, it was from 2 EU member states. All countries involved are parties to the Basel Convention and have national laws in place. Some developed countries continue with this bad practice without any consequences from their own regions and from the Secretariat of the Basel Convention. This is unacceptable. Furthermore, the entry into force of the Berne Amendment imposes obligations on both developed and developing countries. We all ought to comply with these obligations. We request that this illegal trafficking and dumping challenge be put on the agenda and be addressed in detail in the next BRS COPs in June 2022, because it continues without being abated. We underscore the critical need to get a mandate, sufficient and adequate funding allocated from the June 2022 COPs for the immediate updating of the technical guidelines on use lead-acid batteries. The current guidelines neither reflect best practices nor do they respond to the latest evidence on severe adverse effects to our children and resultant premature deaths in developing countries. Various emerging waste streams bring new challenges, whilst legacy waste issues such as e-waste, POPs, and obsolete pesticides are not effectively dealt with, and thus remain a serious challenge for Africa, contaminating limited water resources. We appreciate allocation of adequate resources to the CRC for it to hold a 5-day meeting to catch up on the work that could not be completed online and attend to the high number of pending new chemicals. We urge all parties to familiarize themselves with the effectiveness evaluation report of the Stockholm Convention on POPs, so as to appreciate the fact that more additional and adequate resources are needed to effectively implement the convention. And the more we list POPs, so do we add more work to update NIPS and subsequent implementation obligations. Africa underscores the need to allocate adequate and sufficient resources to eliminate all listed POPs throughout their life cycle and value chain, and to treat and dispose of all waste streams listed under the Basel Convention in an environmental sound manner. Priority ought to be given to the PCB so as to meet the 2025 and 2028 target dates. For all the chemicals listed on the Stockholm and Rotterdam Convention, and Africa underscores the need to make affordable and safe alternatives accessible to all developing countries. The bad practice of double standards is not acceptable. It cannot be morally right that some developed countries continue manufacturing chemicals that they have banned in their respective countries, only to sell them to Africa and other developing countries. Furthermore, there is need to ensure that at international level, that producer responsibility is indeed enforced. Africa calls upon developed countries in line with the convention obligations to make adequate resources, including technology transfer, available to developing countries to implement effectively the conventions. Africa has observed with concern how the budget decision of not to be allowed to take any position if a party owes assessed contributions. Yet there are no consequences when some developed countries fail to honor their obligations to make adequate resources and technology available to developing countries to implement the conventions. Obligations are obligations. Consistency is paramount in addressing non-compliance, irrespective of which country is not complying. Africa underscores the need to hold the next COPs, Bureau and other statutory body meetings of substantive discussions physically, as challenges associated with stable internet connectivity are very real for Africa, as we all witnessed on the opening day of these COPs on Monday. We need to effectively participate than being relegated to observer status due to our inability to connect as a result of technical challenges. And we request that this be recorded in the report because it's very critical for our region. As the Africa region, we are committed to working with all parties during COPs and even intersessionally. And we wish you all good health as the pandemic still rages on. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, South Africa, who delivered this statement on behalf of African region. Our next matter on the plan for today is credential. I invite the meeting to resume the consideration on the agenda item 3C on credential. We will recall that this agenda item was considered in a joint session on the first day of the meetings, and that the meetings had agreed at that time of a process, schedule and approach for the preparation of the report of a credential of representative to the 15th meeting to the Conference of the Parties to the Basel Convention, the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Rotterdam Convention, and the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention. You will recall that the bureaus agreed to monitor the submission of credentials and to present to plenary on Friday, 13 July, the respective report on credential. I now invite the Secretariat to read the reports of the three bureaus of these matters. Each conference of the party will subsequently be invited to individually consider for adoption the report on credential pertaining to its meeting. The Secretariat has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will start with the report of the Bureau on the credentials of representatives to the 15th Ordinary Meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Basel Convention. As of 10 a.m. on 30 July 2021, the representatives of 161 parties have been registered to participate in the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Basel Convention and are present at the current meeting. In total, 126 parties submitted credentials of their respective representatives, which were issued by the head of state or government or the Minister for Foreign Affairs and were therefore found to be in good order. 26 of these credentials were originals, while 100 were copies, which were accepted with the understanding that originals will be submitted as soon as possible. The following 35 parties did not submit credentials of their representatives: Albania, Azerbaijan, Benin, Botswana, Brunei Darussalam, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Chad, Cyprus, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ecuador, Ethiopia, Gabon, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Liberia, Latvia, Lithuania, Malaysia, Mexico, Mozambique, Niger, Philippines, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Slovakia, Sudan, Tuvalu, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, and United Republic of Tanzania. Next, the report of the Bureau on the credentials of representatives to the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Rotterdam Convention. As of 10 a.m. on 30 July 2021, the representatives of 148 parties have been registered to participate in the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Rotterdam Convention and are present at the current meeting. In total, 114 parties submitted credentials of their respective representatives, which were issued by the head of state or government or the Minister for Foreign Affairs and were therefore found to be in good order. 21 of these credentials were originals, while 93 were copies, which were accepted with the understanding that originals will be submitted as soon as possible. The following 34 parties did not submit credentials for their representatives: Albania, Benin, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Chad, Cyprus, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ecuador, Ethiopia, Gabon, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Liberia, Lithuania, Malaysia, Mexico, Mozambique, Niger, Philippines, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Slovakia, Sudan, Tuvalu, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, and United Republic of Tanzania, and Vietnam. And finally, Mr. President, the report of the Bureau on the credentials of representatives to the 10th Ordinary Meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention.
Juliette, sorry to interrupt you. Can you pause for 1 minute? We're trying to solve an interpretation issue.
Is it deal? Not yet.
Apologies, Mr. President and Juliette. We're just seeing that we also have Spanish interpretation. Okay, I think we can try to go ahead. Sorry, Mr. President.
Okay, let's start. We start.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will proceed with the third report, if that's okay. If I'm misunderstood, let me know. But I would now present to you the report of the Bureau on the credentials of representatives to the 10th Ordinary Meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention. As of 10 a.m. on 30 July 2021, the representatives of 157 parties have registered to participate in the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention and are present at the current meeting. In total, 124 parties submitted credentials of their respective representatives, which were issued by the head of state or government or the Minister for Foreign Affairs and were therefore found to be in order. 26 of these credentials were originals, while 98 were copies, which were accepted with the understanding that originals will be submitted as soon as possible. The following 33 parties did not submit credentials for their representatives: Albania, Azerbaijan, Benin, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Central African Republic, Chad, Cyprus, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ecuador, Ethiopia, Gabon, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Liberia, Lithuania, Mexico, Mozambique, Niger, Philippines, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Slovakia, Sudan, Tuvalu, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, and United Republic of Tanzania. Mr. President, and through you, I will also address myself to the presidents of the Stockholm COP and Basel COP. Since 10 a.m. this morning, when these reports were finalized, the Secretariat has received credentials from an additional party to the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm conventions, with representatives present at the meeting, and this party is Latvia. These credentials were deemed in good order by the Secretariat. In line with past practice, you may wish to invite your respective meeting, when adopting the report of the Bureau on credentials, to also consider that Latvia transmitted credentials in good order. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretariat, to provide this information. I would like to invite my colleague Osvaldo, President of Basel Convention, to take the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenas tardes a todos. Voy a hablar en castellano para que los intérpretes en español no tengan tanto trabajo. Vamos a invitar en estos momentos a la conferencia de las partes de la Convención de Basilea para proceder con la adopción del informe de las credenciales de los representantes a la quinta reunión de la Conferencia de las Partes, como fue ya explicado por la representante de la Secretaría. ¿Hay alguna objeción a la adopción del informe de las credenciales de los representantes de la 15ª reunión de la Conferencia de las Partes? Irán tiene la palabra. Voy a hacer nuevamente la pregunta. ¿Hay alguna objeción para la adopción del informe de credenciales de los representantes a la 15ª reunión de la Conferencia de las Partes.
Excuse me, Mr. President, Iran should be streaming. I gave them the floor. They are shown as streaming. I'm not sure where it doesn't work because it worked before when they were testing. You should be able to speak, sir. You're streaming. I'm sorry, I don't know what is the problem. It worked before and the stream is open. Can we please have the moderator assist Mr. Mohsen from Iran?
Osvaldo?
I will just stop one more time and try to reopen again. Iran, do you wish to raise the hand again so I can give you the floor? Can you speak now, sir? No, I'm afraid we don't hear anything. There seems to be a technical problem. I'm sorry. Could you either send us a message or maybe one of your colleagues could intervene?
Ok, este va a ser el último intento, si no voy a hacer la pregunta nuevamente. Secretaría, veo que tiene la mano alzada el representante de Irán. A ver si lo pueden ayudar. Esta va a ser la última oportunidad, si no voy a seguir con la reunión.
Just gave them the floor again.
Could I talk now?
Now I think we hear
Do you have my voice?
Yes.
Excuse me, do you have my voice?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay, Mr. President, I shall make sure that during the deliberation, Iran would participate in the meeting. If there is technical difficulties, what we shall do. So I made an observations about the credentials, say that with that observation which I made, we can go along to adopt the report. If the observation has been heard by the distinguished colleagues in the plenary, it's okay. We can adopt the report with that observation I mentioned. Thank you.
Ok. Bueno, voy a hacer nuevamente la pregunta. ¿Hay alguna objeción a la adopción del informe sobre credenciales de los representantes a la 15ª reunión de la Conferencia de las Partes? Viendo que no hay objeción, el informe está adoptado.
Thank you, Osvaldo. In my capacity of President of Rotterdam Convention, I invite the Secretariat of Parties to the Rotterdam Convention to proceed at this time with the adoption of the report of the credential of representative to the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, as read out by the Secretariat. Are there any objection to the adoption of the report of the credential of representative to the 10th meeting of Conference of the Parties? I see no objection. The report is so adopted. I give a floor to the President of Stockholm Convention.
Thank you, Monsieur President. I invite the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention to proceed at this time with the adoption of the report on the credentials of representatives to the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, as read out by the Secretariat. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report on the credentials of representatives to the 10th meeting of the Conference of the Parties? I see no objections. The report is thus adopted. This concludes the consideration by the meetings during their online segment of the agenda items on credentials. Consideration of the items is expected to resume during the face-to-face segment of the meetings. I now give the floor over to my dear Monsieur President Serge.
Thank you, Sylvia. Let's move on item Rotterdam, item 3A, Stockholm, item 3A. I invite the Rotterdam Convention COP meeting to resume its consideration of the agenda item 3A, election of officer. You will recall that this agenda item was considered in a joint session of the first day of the meetings, and that the meeting agreed at that time to consider the election today. We also entrusted the Secretariat to support the bureaus, and in particular the region focal points, with the collection of compilation of nomination. I now invite the Secretariat to report back to us on the nomination received for the election on the member of Compliance Committee. The Secretariat has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would invite my colleague to make visible to you the relevant CRP. This is a joint CRP number 2 for the Rotterdam Convention, and it's number CRP 3 for the Stockholm Convention, but It's a joint CRP for your consideration. And if you scroll down past the cover note, you will see the name of the 15 candidates that have been put forward by the regions through their regional focal point for election as members of the Compliance Committee of the Rotterdam Convention. If you focus on the name of the candidates for the Compliance Committee, 8 candidates have been put forward to serve until the closing of COP 11, and 7 candidates until the closing of COP 12. And the information is visible there. I would not need to read it out. I hope it is available to all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretariat. I now invite the Conference of the Parties to the Rotterdam Convention to proceed with the election of the 15 members of the Compliance Committee as set out in CRP RC/2 and SC/3. Thank you for those nominations. Are there any objections to this nomination? I see no objection. They are now officially elected as members of a Compliance Committee, and I would like to congratulate them on their election. I now invite the meeting to adopt the remainder of the draft decision set out in paragraph 18 of document 25/Rev.1. That is to extend until the closing of the 10th meeting of Conference of Parties the term of office of the 17 members of a Chemical Review Committee, with term of office otherwise ending on 30 April 2022. The Budget Contact Group cleared this decision for its financial implication. Are there any objections to adopting the draft decision? I see no objection to the decision is adopted. Colleagues, the meeting will continue consideration of this item during its face-to-face segment and consider outstanding election. In the meantime, the bureaus, and in particular the regional focal points, will continue to facilitate, with the support of the Secretariat, the process for putting forward candidates for election. This concludes our consideration of agenda item 3A during the online segment of the meeting. I give the floor to my colleague, President of Stockholm Convention.
Thank you, Monsieur President. I invite the Stockholm Convention COP meeting to resume its consideration of agenda item 3A, election of officers. You will recall that this agenda item was considered in a joint session on the first day of the meetings, and that the meetings agreed at that time to consider the elections today. We also entrusted the Secretariat to support the bureaus, and in particular, the regional focal points with the collection and compilation of nominations. I now invite the Secretariat to report back to us on the nominations received for the election as members of the Effectiveness Evaluation Committee. The Secretariat has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And here again, I would invite the meeting to turn its attention to the joint CRP 2 and 3, which should be now visible on your screen, and which sets out in its annex the name of the 10 candidates that have been put forward by the regions for elections and serving from the time of their election until the closing of COP 11. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Secretariat. I now invite the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention to proceed with the election of the 10 members of the Effectiveness Evaluation Committee as set out in CRP RC/2 SC/3. Thank you for these nominations. Are there any objections to these nominations? I see no objection. They are now officially elected as members of the Effectiveness Evaluation Committee, and I would like to congratulate you on their election. I now invite the meeting to proceed with the adoption of the remaining parts of the proposed decision set out in paragraph 19 of document 31/Rev1. Namely, we are to invite the Global Coordination Group of the Global Monitoring Plan to select one expert from among its members to serve on the Effectiveness Evaluation Committee, and to request the Secretariat to select 2 internationally recognized experts in the field of effectiveness evaluation to serve on the Effectiveness Evaluation Committee. In relation to the POP-RC, we are to confirm the appointment of a number of members that replace previous members and to extend until the closing of the 10th meeting of the Conference of Parties the terms of office of the 17 members of the Persistent Organic Pollutant Review Committee, with terms of office otherwise ending on 4 May 2022. The Budget Contact Group has cleared the decision for its financial implications. Are there any objections to these parts of the draft decision? I see no objections. The decision is thus adopted. Colleagues, the meeting will continue consideration of this item during its face-to-face segment and consider outstanding elections. In the meantime, the bureaus, and in particular the regional focal points, will continue to facilitate, with the support of the Secretariat, the process for putting forward candidates for elections. This concludes our consideration of item 3A during the online segment of the meeting. Thank you.
Vamos a retomar el punto de agenda número 7 de la Convención de Basilea, y en el caso de la Convención de Rotterdam y el Convenio de Estocolmo, el ítem de la agenda es el número 8 sobre programas de trabajo y presupuesto. Hemos escuchado al inicio de esta reunión que el grupo de contacto que sesionó en los 3 días anteriores ha preparado 3 borradores de decisiones por convención que se contienen en los documentos de sala números 2, 3 y 4, respectivamente. Las tablas del presupuesto están en el documento de sala conjunto BC, documento de sala 2, Addendum 1, RC, documento de sala 3 / Addendum 1 y SC, documento de sala 4 / Addendum 1, que contiene las cifras y las tablas que deben ser insertadas en los borradores de decisión. Colegas, hemos escuchado de parte de los cofacilitadores que las tablas y las cifras que se encuentran en este documento de sala conjunto ha sido acordado por todas las partes. Los borradores de decisión, sin embargo, contienen aún corchetes. Ahora vamos a proceder a ver esos corchetes antes de aprobar estas 3 decisiones. Estas 3 decisiones tienen un conjunto común de corchetes. Vamos a comenzar con este. En el borrador de decisión para el convenio de Basilea, el corchete se encuentra en el párrafo 23. En este momento ustedes lo pueden ver en pantalla. Los mismos corchetes existen en los borradores de decisión de los convenios de Rotterdam y Estocolmo. Entonces, si encontramos una solución para el caso del borrador de decisión del convenio de Basilea, este se va a aplicar también a los otros 2 convenios. A ver si la Secretaría puede agrandar un poquito más la pantalla y focalizarse en el párrafo 23. En el párrafo 23, si ustedes ven en la primera línea, existen corchetes alrededor de las palabras using existing protocols. Le quiero preguntar a la sala en este momento si hay algún problema en que podamos eliminar ese texto. Veo que el presidente del convenio de Rotterdam quiere la palabra. Veo que la delegación de Irán quiere la palabra.
I've allowed the streaming of Rotterdam COP President Serge. I think he cannot be heard at this time.
A ver si podemos permitir que Irán intervenga, por favor.
Do you have my voice now?
Le escucho. Adelante.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We cannot go along to drop this phase which we have introduced. Of course, we have another suggestion which has been dropped in the Rotterdam decision, which would introduce that paragraph as well. No, at this stage, we cannot drop that phase that we have introduced. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Irán. ¿Alguna otra parte desea intervenir en este tema? Tengo a Jill Hanna, que quiere tomar la palabra, un observador en esta reunión. Adelante.
Chairman, I hope you can hear me. Through you, sir, since observers are not allowed into the budget contact group, could we please understand what using existing protocols means? I have never seen the word protocol in a budget decision before. A protocol is usually an amendment to, is usually a sub-treaty to a main environmental agreement. Are we talking here about using existing formulations in the way that we ask usually the executive secretary to produce a 5% scenario and a zero nominal growth scenario? It would be very useful, even though we cannot, of course, affect the decision, to understand what it means. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por esa intervención. Bueno, yo desconozco quién fue la parte que introdujo este texto en este párrafo. Normalmente, y con todo el respeto del mundo, nosotros no aceptamos que observadores participen en los grupos de contacto de presupuesto, pero si alguna parte introdujo este texto, nos gustaría saber qué es lo que trató de decir con esta frase. Como yo tampoco la entiendo del todo, por eso sugerí que fuera eliminada. No sé si alguien quiere tomar la palabra o simplemente proseguimos. Veo que en los Países Bajos desean tomar la palabra. Por favor, adelante.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Perhaps I can clarify in my capacity as co-chair of the budget group and the program of work budget group. This was indeed a proposal made by the colleague from Suriname who proposed this text. So I'm not sure if she is present in this meeting. But if I may reflect a bit on the proposal itself, indeed, as has been indicated by the colleague from GAP, the word protocol may lead to confusion. So a possibility could be to replace it with procedure or procedures or whatsoever. So it would be a way out, at least from my perspective. But just to clarify to you, but perhaps if Suriname is in the call, she can answer this question and justify it better than I can do. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias a los Países Bajos por esa aclaración. Ok, entonces, aprovechando su sugerencia, voy a tratar de enmendar esta frase para ver si podemos eliminar los corchetes en este primer intento. Entonces, diría en inglés, requests the executive secretary to prepare, using existing procedures, a revised proposal for the program of work and budget for the biennium 2022-2023. Entonces, con ese cambio, ¿hay alguna objeción para poder quitar los corchetes? Irán.
Our language is there. As far as our language is there within the bracket, we can go along to removing that one, but it does not help. In our view, that the reflection does not help that to remove our concept which we have introduced in the paragraph 23. So we would like to have our concept to be there. Thank you so much.
Ok, aquí voy a tener que pedir su ayuda, Irán. ¿De qué concepto usted está hablando?
Proposal, which Suriname has proposed instead of Iranian proposal in the discussions. It is not an alternative. In our view, it is not an alternative. You can have it there in the bracket or out of bracket, as our colleague from Netherlands improved the text, but also have our own text as well. So I mean, just with that understanding that our text, as it is in the paragraph 23, would stand as it is, we can go along to remove the bracket with that amendments by the co-chair. Thank you.
Ok. Voy nuevamente a enunciar lo que he dicho anteriormente. Considerando la propuesta de cambiar la palabra protocolo por la palabra procesos, podemos remover los corchetes que están alrededor de esa frase en la primera línea del párrafo 23. ¿Hay alguna objeción? Palestina tiene la palabra.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على إعطاء الكلمة، وبما أن هذه هي المرة الأولى التي تأخذ فلسطين الكلمة، فإنني أود أن أقدر عاليا الجهود المبذولة في تنظيم هذا الاجتماع والجهود التي بذلت في تحقيق النتائج المرجوة والتي تدعم تنفيذ الاتفاقيات الثلاثة في مجال إدارة النفايات والمواد الكيماوية الخطرة. أما بخصوص هذا الموضوع فإنني أدعم بقوة إزالة المعكوفتين واستبدالها بالإجراءات المطروحة من قبل رئيس مؤتمر الأطراف. شكرا لكم.
Muchas gracias al representante de la Palestina. Irán tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, thank you so much. We cannot agree because very clear. I'm sorry, Mr. President, we cannot agree because we think that it might affect our proposal. Of course, in our proposal in the bracket, but saying existing protocol is saying existing procedures and then coming with our proposal, it might have a conflict. So we cannot agree that that phrase to be inserted there. I'm sorry. It might conflict. It might conflict with our sentence. So no, we cannot agree to drop it at all. We do not agree with that phrase which has been added by Suriname. Thank you.
Yo creo que existe alguna confusión aquí, porque lo que yo estoy hablando es la primera línea del párrafo 23. Y estoy hablando de quitar los corchetes o remover la frase. En primer término dije, o solicité, remover la frase que está entre corchetes. Y el delegado de Irán se opuso. Bueno, si se opone, entiendo que lo que él quiere es que esa frase permanezca. Y eso es lo que he hecho ahora. Le he solicitado a la plenaria, si está de acuerdo, que levante los corchetes que están alrededor de esa frase para que la frase permanezca en el párrafo. Y también me encuentro con la sorpresa de que el delegado de Irán se opone. Por lo tanto, no puedo entender cuál es su posición. ¿Quiere que permanezca o quiere que la frase sea removida del párrafo? Por favor, que se aclare para poder hacer una nueva interpelación a la plenaria.
It is to have this sentence there. That is clear. In our view, that having this concept might conflict with our paragraph, which we have a concept which we have introduced the same paragraph. In our view, we are seeing the package using existing protocols or procedures, and then coming saying that asking to take into account full consultation with the member states. People might come say, okay, in our procedure, consultations taking into account the views of the member states not protected. That's something I have to. The logic is as such. So I think that that addition might conflict with the final decision on this paragraph altogether. I'm sorry to say, explaining on this. This is the logic that we think. Thank you.
Muy bien, Irán. Usted dice que le parece contradictorio, que no le parece lógico, por lo tanto, nuevamente voy a hacer la pregunta a la plenaria y espero que esta vez usted acceda. ¿Podemos eliminar la frase que está entre corchetes en la primera línea del párrafo 23? ¿Hay alguna objeción? Irán nuevamente.
We can support it. Thank you.
Ok. Voy a nuevamente hacer la pregunta, considerando que Irán apoya remover esta frase. ¿Podemos eliminar esta frase entre corchetes de la primera línea del párrafo 23? ¿Hay alguna objeción? Veo que no hay ninguna objeción. Vamos a remover esta frase de la decisión en su texto final. Esto no se va a ver reflejado en la pantalla, obviamente, porque no hacemos enmiendas como se hace en los grupos de contacto en las plenarias. Vamos a la segunda parte de este párrafo que tiene este texto entre corchetes que dice in full consultation with the parties and taking into account their views. Ok. La primera pregunta que quiero hacer es si podemos remover esta frase de este párrafo. Irán.
The contact group a lot. I'm sorry that we are not at this stage to, we are not at all convinced to drop this concept as introduced. We would like to keep it as it is. Thank you.
Muy bien. ¿Alguna otra parte quiere comentar sobre la permanencia de este texto en el párrafo 23? El representante de Eslovenia, que tengo entendido es el presidente de la Unión Europea.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. President. Yeah, on the behalf of EU and its member states, we would like to stress that we do not support the bracketed texts related to consultations by the Secretariat with the parties prior to the submission of the report of the COP. We are of the view that these procedures is unfeasible from the timing perspective and is not usual procedure for financial matters. Indeed, the parties will be fully consulted during the COP itself and ultimately will decide on the proposed allocations and way forward. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Eslovenia. Noruega, por favor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Norway would like to echo the view and the reasoning of the EU just now. We fully support their position. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Noruega. Suiza, por favor.
And by Norway, we echo what they have said and also we support the reasoning for it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Suiza. ¿Alguna otra delegación? Irán. Entonces, tenemos que usted es la única delegación que quiere mantener este texto en el párrafo 23. Considerando lo dicho por las otras delegaciones, ¿usted estaría dispuesto a enmendar este párrafo o considerar su eliminación? Irán.
I'm sorry that we cannot withdraw the text. It should be stand as it is. We did discuss a lot about this issue. We did not come to consensus, so it should become, and it is not we have not invented anything. It has been the established practice. I know very much familiar with that, when Secretariat is engaged with the preparation of the certain proposal for the budget and program, they would ask the member states' views, and it is just clear that the statement of the fact, nothing more, nothing less. If it is the established practice within the BRC, why it should not be reflected in the decision. I'm sorry that I don't want to delay discussion on that, because 100 times you ask this issue, I will say that it should stand there. I don't want to take valuable time of the colleagues in the plenary. So please, we have discussed a lot. No, we cannot drop it. Thank you.
Bueno, esta es la primera vez que se habla sobre este tema en la plenaria. Veo que usted dice que hay un consenso sobre esta frase. Yo no veo que haya ningún consenso. Veo que usted es el único delegado que toma la palabra para que esta frase permanezca en el párrafo. Por eso le estoy preguntando con mucho respeto si quiere enmendarla para que obtenga el consenso de los demás participantes en esta plenaria. En este momento veo que usted es el único delegado que quiere la mantención y que ese consenso que usted señala no existe. Irán.
One delegation. It does not work. I'm sorry that it should be clear in these deliberations. It would not work. No, at all. It will make our position much more stronger. No, in no way. We will not compromise on that. At this stage, it is very clear that the proposal, the logic behind that one, and if we are one delegation, there should be consensus. Anyhow, please, I hope that it would not be, again, another effort to single out some delegation. It would not work. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Ok. Deme un momento, por favor. Ok, voy a intentar algo que es un poco más atrevido que lo anterior y voy a ver si aquí existe la posibilidad de que podamos simplemente como existe la oposición de Irán a eliminar esa frase de aquí, si podemos simplemente eliminar este párrafo 23. Entonces le voy a preguntar a la plenaria en este momento si podemos eliminar completamente el párrafo 23. Veo que no hay objeciones a esta propuesta. Por tanto, eliminamos el párrafo 23 de la decisión. Vamos a ir ahora sí. Tenemos a la Federación de Rusia.
Спасибо, господин президент. Мы физически не успели поднять руку, и, соответственно, мы хотели бы заявить, что параграф 23 должен остаться, по нашему мнению. Спасибо.
A ver si puedo tener nuevamente a la Federación de Rusia en el streaming, porque aquí obviamente tenemos dos visiones divergentes. Entonces le quiero pedir al colega de la Federación de Rusia si nos puede ayudar un poco a mantener este párrafo que ellos consideran importante con algún tipo de enmienda que pueda acomodar estas dos posiciones. La Federación de Rusia tiene la palabra.
Спасибо, господин председатель. В рамках обсуждения на контактной группе мы несколько раз объясняли, для чего этот вопрос был поднят и включен, и нам казалось, что мы, так сказать, достигли консенсуса. Мы понимаем, что предложение ваше об удалении 23-го параграфа связано с позицией другой стороны на тему текста в квадратных скобках. Тем не менее, мы бы не хотели выплеснуть ребенка вместе со всей водой. Поэтому считаем важным, что ссылка на отчетность, которая должна быть подготовлена секретариатом по экономии из-за COVID-19, это важный аспект, и он не может быть удален. Поэтому если нужен дополнительный текст на эту тему, хотя нам казалось, что этот вопрос уже решен, мы, конечно, об этом подумаем. Но вот так вот on the spot, что называется, сейчас не готовы. Спасибо.
Ok, muchas gracias a la Federación de Rusia. Bueno, yo lamentablemente no estaba en el grupo de contacto como para saber exactamente cuál fue el argumento que usted esgulló para para tener este texto o este párrafo dentro de la decisión. Por lo mismo le estaba preguntando cuál era ese argumento. Tengo en la lista de oradores que han pedido la palabra a Sudáfrica, seguido de Eslovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe just to give light to this, in the contact group, I was in the contact group. The issue is there's a request for full consultation, as you can see, the basic grammar. So some of us were saying already we are consulted through the Bureau, and the Bureau consults the parties within each region. And then the Bureau feeds back. Then the Bureau sits and makes decision. The Secretariat doesn't make decision on its own. So in addition to that, how else are we supposed to be consulted? That's the issue at hand. And we indicated that this is money that was saved from last year. And each and every one of us can be thinking how to spend that money. And all of us will come with different answers. It would be difficult for the Secretariat to try and streamline those answers. Lest also the Secretariat be blamed, for example, that is taking South Africa's proposal than, let's say, Mozambique's proposal. And that the needs are there. How about the Secretariat goes along with the needs that are there, that are known? For example, as developing countries have been saying, we want to ensure that there's sufficient funding allocated for us to be able to attend a physical meeting. So that's the background to all of this paragraph, this line, this sentence, feasibility of it, or how practical is this? And just the explanation, Mr. President, we wouldn't want to lose this because we're giving a mandate to the Secretariat to update the budget. And then, Mr. President, I understand we're trying to resolve the impasse we're having. But on the other hand, we need to be able to give the mandate such that the Executive Secretariat can give us an updated mandate, unless you can, an updated budget, unless you can assure us that with us deleting this paragraph, the Secretariat will still, Executive Secretariat will still be able to update the budget for us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias. A Sudáfrica, Eslovenia tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. President. To echo what our distinguished Iranian colleagues have explained earlier, that this is an established practice. EU and its member states think that it might be useful if the Secretariat of the BRS conventions explains the usual practice so that we are aware of what the practice is and whether we need it reiterated in this paragraph again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias a Eslovenia. Veo que no hay ninguna otra parte que quiere tomar la palabra. No sé si la Secretaría está en este momento preparada para poder explicar lo que ha solicitado el representante de la Unión Europea. Veo que no hay nadie de la Secretaría que quiera tomar la palabra, entonces voy a proseguir con la negociación de este párrafo. Voy a preguntar, perdón, Satu, ¿quiere tomar la palabra?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Satu, un momento. Lo que quiero saber, aparte de lo que solicitó Eslovenia, si esta frase que está entre corchetes se ajusta a lo que la Secretaría hace normalmente. Y si la frase que está en este párrafo es factible de ser llevada a la práctica. Por favor. Usted tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the normal practice when we prepare the budgets for the next biennium is that first the Conference of the Parties in the decision asks for how many scenarios they want to have. So usually, as we have prepared already for this Conference of Parties, we have prepared 2 scenarios. However, as it was exceptional circumstances, we also got additional instructions from the Bureau, where we actually prepared a 3rd scenario. And that is the usual practice. And we also have regional preparatory meetings where we also present the proposed budget scenarios to all the regions before the conferences of the parties. This biennium or this year, we also had an additional session, a technical briefing on the budget, as we are in special circumstances. When it comes to this paragraph, I would also like to highlight that before every conference of the parties, we also publish an information document called Information on Financial Matters, where we provide all the audited financial statements of all the 3 conventions, in addition to income information in all the trust funds from all the donors, how much has been paid for what and which party. And in addition, there is also a budget performance report, how we have implemented the budget that was approved by program work activity. Your question on the bracketed text. So the COVID-19 savings for biennium 2020-21, this financial information will come from our financial accounts, and this is available end of March, when the accounts for 2020-21 are closed. So that means from the executive director signing the accounts 31st March, so we would then have the final accounts in April 2022. Considering that the face-to-face COP will take place in June 2022, that would leave us with 2.5 months to then do these consultations. So therefore, indeed, it would be good to have some guidance, or we can, of course, also ourselves think of it, but how it of course can be a bit challenging to get this guidance in these 2 months before the face-to-face COP, after we have the final figures for the COVID savings. But of course, as the parties decide, we will do our best. I hope this answers the questions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la Secretaría. Ok, entonces, después de escuchar a la Secretaría y sabiendo lo desafiante que podría ser para ellos el tener que hacer este tipo de consultas en tan corto plazo, y también tomando en consideración la práctica, voy a sugerir que se mantenga la frase que está entre corchetes hasta la palabra partes, y que luego siga la coma con la frase submit a proposal on the allocation. Porque lo que he logrado entender de las intervenciones de los delegados y de la Secretaría es que normalmente los escenarios de presupuestos se hacen previamente, no se hacen luego de las consultas. Estos son presentados a las partes, son nuevamente presentados en las consultas regionales. Por lo tanto, el proceso de presupuestar no podría tomar en consideración las diferentes posiciones, debido a que ese proceso es anterior a cuando las partes pueden expresar sus posiciones. De todas maneras, es por lo mismo que se hace un ejercicio durante la COP, durante la plenaria y en el grupo de contacto de programas de trabajo o presupuesto, para que las partes puedan expresar sus visiones, sus posiciones. Por lo tanto, me parece de toda lógica que pudiéramos mantener el texto solo hasta la palabra partes y después seguir con la coma y la palabra enviar una propuesta. Tengo dos delegaciones que quieren la palabra. Primero la Federación de Rusia y luego Irán.
Спасибо большое, господин председатель. Почему-то у меня не работает видео, но я думаю, что главное, что меня слышно. Мы поддерживаем ваше предложение в таком виде и надеемся, что это будет поддержано и другими странами. Еще раз, мы понимаем, что параграф 23 является ключевым в данном документе, и надеемся, что этот документ нам удастся согласовать и принять. Спасибо большое.
Muchas gracias a la Federación de Rusia. Irán, que espero que me dé buenas noticias, tiene la palabra.
President, you're asking that we drop this paragraph, the concept which is in bracket? Are you asking such a thing? Please,
Iran,
I'm confused that what's your proposal? If it is
Iran,
the suggestion that, if you allow me, Mr. President, I will try also to elaborate our position, how we stand. Indeed, from April to June, we have 2 months. Immediately,
Señor, Ok, voy a hacer de nuevo la propuesta para que quede clara para todas las delegaciones. Lo que he propuesto finalmente, a lo que Rusia adhirió, es de mantener la frase en corchetes, eliminando la parte que dice "and taking into account their views". Entonces, mantendríamos "in full consultation with the parties" y eliminaríamos "and taking into account their views". Eso fue lo último que sugerí y a eso se refirió la última intervención de la Federación Rusa. Me imagino que usted quiere de nuevo la palabra.
Iran, you may proceed. You have the floor.
Excuse me, Mr. President. However, this is the language which we have used is a very similar language. It has been used in the UN, but in order to accommodate your request, we cannot go along with your proposal, and you have good news. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, delegado de Irán. ¿Hay alguna objeción Viendo que no hay objeciones a esa propuesta, entonces eliminaríamos del párrafo la frase que dice "and taking into account their views". Muchísimas gracias. Secretaría, ¿podríamos ir a el texto del borrador de decisión del convenio de Rotterdam número 14? Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias, Secretaría. Aquí tenemos 2 párrafos completamente en corchetes en la decisión borrador del convenio de Rotterdam. Estos mismos corchetes se encuentran en los párrafos 12 y 12 bis del borrador de decisión del convenio de Estocolmo. Por lo tanto, si logramos resolver este tema alrededor de los corchetes 14 y 14 bis, por un efecto dominó, se va a lograr la solución en el otro borrador. Ok. Entonces vemos que voy a hacer primero quizás una sugerencia algo temeraria, a ver si podemos resolver esto de manera más rápida. Y mi sugerencia temeraria es instar a las partes para que removamos los corchetes de ambos párrafos. ¿Tenemos alguna delegación que tenga interés en comentar? Lo que he propuesto a la plenaria es remover los corchetes del párrafo 14 y el párrafo 14 bis. Viendo que no hay intervenciones de la plenaria, entonces vamos a remover los corchetes Irán,
Your position, I mean, your proposal. Thank you.
Eslovenia, por favor. Mientras tanto, vamos a tratar de reconectar a Irán. Eslovenia, por favor.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the EU and its member states, Slovenia would like to make a following intervention. We are okay with removing the square brackets from the paragraph 14. While we have a different thought on paragraph 14 bis. We do acknowledge that the COVID-19 pandemic has a negative impact on the global economy and especially on developing countries. However, we think that it is not appropriate to include this paragraph in the decision, since it may give the impression that it is no longer necessary to pay the mandatory contributions. There was broad support in the contact group to address this issue in the meeting report, which would also be acceptable to us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ok. Noruega, por favor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I would like to echo the views of the EU and their reasoning for it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Entonces, luego de escuchar a Eslovenia en nombre de la Unión Europea y al delegado de Noruega, voy a proponer entonces remover los corchetes alrededor del párrafo 14. Irán.
Interrelate. I'm sorry, Mr. President. We cannot agree to drop the around the first paragraph 14. I mean,
Necesito interpretación en español, por favor.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot agree. I cannot agree to remove the bracket. This is paragraph 14 is a punitive paragraph against developing countries. It has been for a while in the text. Now, in the light of the COVID-19, it should be improved. In our view, we did not make any suggestion to improve the text as it was. Maybe we thought maybe people very much have ownership with that paragraph. We introduced another one. And in no way, paragraph 14 and 14 bis, both together, if we are agreed to remove those brackets, okay. Otherwise, I'm sorry, that is a package. Thank you so much.
Muy bien, Irán. Y es por lo mismo que la primera propuesta que hice la plenaria fue de remover los corchetes del párrafo 14 y el párrafo 14 bis. Yo lo que estoy solicitando es flexibilidad para que podamos concluir con éxito la revisión de estas decisiones. Por lo tanto, entendiendo que al delegado de Irán, o mejor dicho, entendiendo que a la delegación de Irán podrían aceptar la remoción de los corchetes de los párrafos 14 y 14 bis, quisiera saber si alguna otra delegación se opone a esta propuesta. Lo intentaré nuevamente. ¿Hay alguna delegación presente que se oponga a la remoción de los corchetes de los párrafos 14 y 14 bis? Viendo Suiza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are not against removing brackets around para 14, but we will have an issue removing them around 14 bis. As mentioned by others, we could reflect this statement, the sense of it, on the 14 bis, as we understand the rationale behind, we understand the situation, the severe impacts of COVID. This could be reflected in the report. It would be fine for us, but we would not like to see this. We could not agree to remove the brackets on 14 bis. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Suiza, pero vemos que ese interés que tienen países como el suyo, como Eslovenia, como Noruega, de que esto se vea reflejado en el informe de la reunión, no es algo que parece aceptar la delegación que presentó este texto. Voy a hacer otra propuesta. ¿Estaría dispuesta la delegación de Irán a que este texto, que ahora está reflejado en el 14 bis, pueda ser trasladado a la parte preambular de la decisión? Irán.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your effort. No, we cannot agree. Both paragraph is going to be introduced in the preamble paragraph, okay. Or in both of them side by side, goes to the report is okay. Preamble paragraph, okay. But both together, no differentiation. And so it should be clear, because I don't want to take your time, your valuable time. Thank you for your effort. No, we cannot agree to
Muchas gracias, delegado de Irán.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, delegación de Irán. Entonces, voy a hacer la propuesta nuevamente y espero contar con la flexibilidad de aquellos que ya han tomado la palabra anteriormente. ¿Podríamos remover los corchetes en el párrafo 14, lo mismo para el párrafo 14 bis, y trasladar el texto de 14 bis a la parte preambular de esta decisión? Viendo que no hay objeciones, entonces así quedaría acordado. El 14 bis quedaría en limpio, el 14 quedaría en limpio, el 14 bis pasaría a la parte preambular. ¿Irán?
Or 14 bis only. We ask that both paragraphs, if 14 bis introduced in the operative paragraphs, it should remain as it is. If both paragraph is going to be dealt within the preambular paragraph, we can go along, or in the report, both of them. But bringing paragraph 14 bis only to preambular paragraph, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I cannot support it. I'm sorry.
Bueno, yo lo lamento más, tenga seguridad. Lo que pasa es que yo leo el 14 bis y lo vuelvo a leer, y el 14 bis está en un lenguaje que corresponde a la parte preambular, no así el 14. Por eso es que he sugerido eso, me parecía algo natural. Si usted, y yo sé que el delegado de Irán ha participado muchísimas veces en estas reuniones, si usted lee ese párrafo 14 bis, es un párrafo preambular. Por lo tanto, no puedo comprender por qué no podría pasarse ese texto a la primera parte de la decisión. Irán.
The logic is very clear. We have paragraph 14, where in our view it is a punitive paragraph against developing countries. It has highlighted the areas without giving due attention. What is the reason behind those areas? For that, the COVID-19 is one of the reasons. It should come together. If the people see the paragraph, could see have the full picture. You want to separate it. I know that the tactics that our colleagues from EU want to use it, it does not work. You want to have a paragraph against developing countries, punitive measures, I have to make it clear. In frank, those thinking that about the areas, no, it's not about the only areas. Of course, Iran would encourage everybody to pay its assessed contribution. No doubt about it. But also recognizing that in the difficult time that global economy is under stress, that there have been some developing countries or countries in economic transition have not been able to pay. So these paragraphs should be together. That was the reason. If they want, because they have highlighted in the operative paragraph the issue of the arrears, punitive measures against them, and without paying attention to the reasons. It was the whole reason, Mr. President. So it's not matter that you're arguing. The matter is that we think that these two paragraphs should come together. If people read it, get the full picture. What is the problem? Some part of
Muy bien, yo le entiendo perfectamente su argumento. Lo que estoy tratando de asimilar es si este texto del 14 bis es claramente la expresión de un escenario que está ocurriendo en este momento, ¿por qué no puede ir en un párrafo preambular? Porque yo le comprendo lo que usted quiere expresar una realidad que todos estamos viviendo. Sin embargo, en un párrafo operativo necesitamos una acción que sea propuesta para que pueda constituir un párrafo operativo. Por lo tanto, yo me atrevería a sugerirle, por ejemplo, a ver si usted estaría de acuerdo con esto, con este lenguaje que tiene ahí, que es claramente lenguaje preambular, poder colocar algo así en relación con el párrafo 14, reconocemos los impactos graves de la COVID-19 en la economía mundial, etcétera, etcétera. Me gustaría saber si eso podría ser algo que a usted le podría acomodar. Porque el problema que yo veo ahora no es el tema de que no exista esa realidad actual. Deme por favor, mira, estamos, señora intérprete, estamos en un momento crucial de la negociación. Deme 5 minutos, por favor, 5 minutos, porque esto es crucial y esto puede determinar el éxito o el no éxito de la sesión plenaria. Entonces quiero preguntarle a Irán directamente si podemos, con ese adendum, trasladar este párrafo 14 bis a el segmento preambular de la decisión. Y con esto termino y vamos a la pausa. Irán.
You may wish to proceed, Iran. You have the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I didn't get the full translation of what you said, but however, I got the whole spirit what you said. Mr. President, this paragraph 14 as well, it starts from recalls. If you want to saying that because the substance of this paragraph is different, is for operative paragraph, the other one is for the preamble paragraph, we do not agree with that one. Again, this paragraph starts because it does not urge, it recalls on certain decisions. So, also our paragraph, I know that what is the difference between the recognizing when it is the preamble paragraph, reaffirming or considering ... and recognizing. In our paragraph, it is very clear. Those paragraphs is very much relevant to each other. But the way which you read out, you're saying that maybe there is a way out to work on what the language that improve the text to link it with the paragraph 14 and somehow in preamble paragraph. I don't want to categorically reject it at this stage. I don't want to reject it. I would consider this proposal. But having good proposal, that might fly. Because finally people should know if the area is how it stands. Paragraph 14 could be seen in the light of paragraph 14 bis. That is the architect that we see. Thank you.
Okay. I fully understand what you're saying. So we're going to go to a break. Okay. Am I online now?
Yes, you're back.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Okay. So we're going to go to a break now. So I will ask our delegate from Iran to see if there is a way we can move this text to the preambular paragraph. If they want to prepare quickly some other text, not substantial, of course, because we are in plenary and we have no means to discuss massive changes, let's say, or big changes to a text. But probably we can find a solution if we find the way to link, 14 with 14 bis, which will be moved to the other section of the draft decision. With that, I would like to break, and I would like the secretary to tell us what time do we need to come back.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we will come back in half an hour. So it will be 3:52 p.m. Geneva time, UTC +2. So we will show also the time on the slides so that everyone has the time when we will reconvene. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Osvaldo, you have the floor.
Yes.
Now. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I just need the decision to be projected again on the screen.
Yes, we will be doing it now. Thank you.
Hello. I'm just waiting for the draft decision to be uploaded.
Andrea, can you upload the draft decision? Yes, thank you.
Bueno, ahora estamos. Ok. Entonces, la última propuesta que yo hice antes de ir a la pausa fue la de tratar o intentar de quitar los corchetes que se encuentran en el párrafo 14 y ver si existe la posibilidad de que la delegación de Irán pudiera aceptar el traslado del texto que se encuentra actualmente en el párrafo 14 bis a la sección preambular del borrador de decisión. Cuando terminábamos la primera parte de esta plenaria, le solicité a nuestro colega iraní que viera la posibilidad de que esto fuera aceptado y que en la medida de lo posible pudiera contribuirnos con algún tipo de texto mínimo para poder ver si esta sería una solución que nos llevaría a la adopción de este borrador de decisión. Quiero hacer la pregunta nuevamente a nuestro delegado de Irán si esa es una posibilidad que podemos contemplar para poder aprobar estos borradores de decisión. Irán tiene la palabra.
I don't see Iran asking for the floor at the moment.
Bueno, si Irán no toma la palabra en este momento, voy a hacer otra propuesta que espero que sea viable para todos los delegados. Solicito a la plenaria que acepte lo siguiente: levantar los corchetes del párrafo 14 y modificar el párrafo 14 bis para que permanezca en este segmento operativo de la decisión. Sin embargo, sugiero que termine en las palabras, en la palabra pandemia, y que todo lo que sigue a continuación se elimine. Entonces, el párrafo 14 bis terminaría en la palabra pandemia y el resto sería eliminado. Quisiera saber si hay alguna oposición a esa propuesta del presidente. ¿La República Dominicana?
Hello? Yes.
Adelante, República Dominicana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Dominican Republic agrees with the proposal and considers it logical and consistent with the principle of the convention and the objectives that unite us all here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la República Dominicana. Veo que Costa Rica desea tomar la palabra.
Costa Rica está de acuerdo con la propuesta presentada por Osvaldo. Consideramos que es la mejor opción que se nos presenta en este momento. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Costa Rica. Entonces, nuevamente voy a preguntar, ¿estamos de acuerdo en eliminar los corchetes del párrafo 14 y eliminar los corchetes del párrafo 14 bis, terminándolo solo hasta la palabra pandemia? Si hay alguna delegación que se oponga a mi propuesta, le pido que tome la palabra en este momento, por favor. Al parecer, no veo ninguna delegación que se oponga a mi propuesta. Entonces, eliminaríamos los corchetes del párrafo 14 y del párrafo 14 bis. Este último terminaría después de la palabra pandemia. Muchísimas gracias. Con esto hemos resuelto todos los corchetes en todos los borradores de decisión. Como he mencionado, esta solución se aplica a los borradores de decisión de los 3 convenios. Ahora voy a invitar a la conferencia de las partes en el convenio de Basilea a proceder con la adopción de la decisión borrador que se plasma en el documento BC, documento de sala 2, el cual ha sido enmendado oralmente con la inclusión de las cifras que se contiene en las tablas de presupuesto que se encuentran en los documentos de sala BC, CRP2, Addendum 1, RC, CRP3, Addendum 1 y CRP4, Addendum 1. ¿Hay alguna objeción? No viendo objeciones, La decisión se aprueba. Le cedo la palabra a mi presidente del convenio de Rotterdam, Serge Aloalo.
I've opened the streaming of Serge, but unfortunately we don't hear him or see him at the moment yet. Serge, if you don't mind perhaps raising your hand again to do another try. Serge, can you raise your hand, please? I will stream then. Oh, I think he got disconnected now. I don't see him in the list anymore. Maybe the remote support can... is back in the list. Serge, I will allow you streaming now. You can proceed and take the floor, please. No, unfortunately, we don't hear you at this moment. Serge, I can see you have your hand now.
Entonces voy a ceder la palabra a la presidenta del convenio de Estocolmo para que pueda aprobar su parte del presupuesto y después volvemos con Serge.
Sylvia, I will allow you streaming now. You don't have your hand up, but I will allow you streaming. Here you go. You are with us now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Monsieur President. And I now invite the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision set out in SC CRP 4 with the inclusion of the numbers as contained in the budget tables set out in document CRP BC CRP 2 add 1 RC CRP 3 add 1 SC CRP 4 add 1. For the square brackets in paragraph 24, we will apply the same solution as for Basel, which was just discussed. And for the two bracketed paragraphs 12 and 12 bis, we will do the same as discussed for under Basel. Are there any objections to adopting the decisions as orally amended? I see no objections. The decision is thus adopted. I now give the floor to my dear President of the Rotterdam Convention, Serge.
Serge, you have the floor. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you nor see you yet. Let me see. I've asked the technical team to help you. Okay, I see you have lower down your hand now. I will try again. Okay, so unfortunately, we are not able to hear you, I think. So we would invite your replacement, Mohamed Kashashni, to step in. Thank you very much, Mohamed. I will now stream you.
Yes, you are hearing me?
Yes, very well. We can hear you very well now. Thank you.
I am so sorry that I am stepping in but on behalf of Serge, happy to communicate with you once again, but not happy that Serge cannot contact you. But in any way, dear colleagues, delegates of Rotterdam Convention, now I invite the conference of the parties to the Rotterdam Convention to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision set out in Rotterdam CRP3. And as orally amended with the inclusion of the numbers as contained in the budget table set out in the document CRP PC CRP.2 add 1 and Rotterdam CRP3 add 1 SC CRP4 add 1. Are there any objection to adopting the decision as orally amended? I see no objection. The decision is adopted. Thank you very much. Now, over to you, Asfaldo.
Sorry, I think, Mohamed, there is the hand of Iran.
Please, Iran, go ahead. You are hearing me?
Yes, no. Mohammed, I'm sorry that we had a problem. Mr. Mohammed, could you hear me now?
I am hearing you.
Mohammed, I'm sorry that I didn't want to disrupt, and thank you for all the efforts you have made. We have a problem technically, and before you gavel something, we wanted to introduce something. During the contact group deliberations, we made it clear that those who are parties to the Annex 7 of the Rotterdam Convention, their annual contribution should come from the member states up to those compliance committee, which we have agreed. So we have introduced a paragraph that to that effect, to emphasize that issue. It has not been reflected in the decision. Please, so I hope that you would be able to put our text in the decision, even it is in the bracket, but it is very much important that we have it, because now it is a misunderstanding that maybe this committee would be paid out of the pocket of the non-member states. So it is something we should be clear on that. We have not agreed on that. And please, we have introduced a paragraph which I hope it would be reflected. I leave it to you where it might be, but the paragraph would be as such. Request the Secretariat to make necessary arrangement to ensure the financial, that financing all activities and meetings of the Rotterdam Convention Compliance Committee is provided only from the road contribution from those parties who have approved the compliance mechanism of the convention. We have mentioned it. Unfortunately, it has not. It is one of the paragraph is missing. It has not been reflected in the decision. Previous occasions in the Stockholm and some other places, Basel, we have been able to reflect it. But unfortunately, I don't know. It has not been reflected in the draft decision or wherever you find it appropriate, because it is logic that those members of the compliance committee only pay for the contribution. Secretariat has provided some languages. We checked with our legal department as well. They are not convinced at all. They say that besides the political aspects of this issue, it has legal implications. If we are not a party to the Annex 7, why we should pay it? So we have put a language emphasizing that the Secretariat to make necessary arrangement to ensure the financing all activities and meetings of the Rotterdam Convention Compliance Committee is provided only from the contribution of those parties. That is the sentence we have provided to Secretariat. It is available there. Thank you for your patience. Many thanks.
Thank you, Iran. I don't know whether someone from the Secretariat will react on the intervention just made by our distinguished colleagues from Iran. Maybe the legal advisor or somebody else who was
Mohammed?
Yes, I am hearing you.
Yes, I see the hand of Juliette, the legal advisor. I will stream her. Thank you.
Juliette, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we are hearing you well.
I'm a bit dark here. I'm sorry. It's getting dark at home. Sorry.
We will provide you with renewable electricity from Jordan, sunny Jordan.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for the question from Iran. And we have provided some information upon request during the Bureau meetings, as well as during the contact group. But indeed, this is the first time that we would be taking the floor on this issue in plenary. So with your permission, I would repeat the information we have shared already with the bureaus and with the contact group, which is that pursuant to the financial rule number 3, which is common to the 3 conventions, but in particularly the financial rule under the Rotterdam Convention, the program of work and budget is to be adopted by consensus by the parties. Then financial rule 5 provides that once this operational budget is approved, the distribution of costs, if I may, among the parties is done on the basis of a scale of assessment. And this is provided for in the financial rules. And the financial rules do not include an element or consideration of different rights or obligations that parties may have under the convention. As we know, the Rotterdam Convention, just like the Basel Convention and the Stockholm Convention, provide to some extent different rights and obligations, but these are not, pursuant to the financial rules, taken into account when it comes to allocating the respective share that parties must use as a basis for contributing to the core budget of the convention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Juliette. With this explanation, I am asking our distinguished colleague from Iran whether we can go ahead with the adoption of the decision, and we will reflect your intervention and the text that you provide in the meeting report.
There is the hand of Iran.
Yes, please, Iran, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Many thanks, Mohammed, to you and Mr. President. I'm sorry that explanation by the Secretariat, as they have already provided and we have got through the email, we have checked with the legal department. They do not agree with that, and we do not agree as well. That means that we have assessed, or it's not an established practice. always the parties to certain instruments, they pay for the activities of that instrument. It would not go from the pocket of those non-parties at all. It is not something that acceptable for my delegation. And even if we accept it, it is strange that those who are activities is going to be supported by non-parties. It means that you have not invited for a dinner, for a ceremony, but they have asked you to pay for that. Do you pay for that?
It's very clear for me what you are saying, but I cannot react on that. But we can reflect your concern and the meeting report. That is acceptable for you?
I'm sorry, no, it will not. No, it is the part of the game that things goes in the statement to be put in the report is not working. We would like an action by the Secretariat. Whatever for that, we are open for that. But it is very important issue. It's a matter of policy. It has political aspects, Mohammed. It's not about the money, please. So for that, I'm sorry that it is very matter of principle. We cannot agree with that one. Iran has announced it several times that this Secretariat shall make sure that these activities of that committee would be supported by the member states of that committee. That's it. We have not asked any strange things. They say that it is not in accordance with the provisional of the financial. It's very strange. If you are not a party to a protocol, how do you have asked that you should pay for that? No, I'm sorry, we cannot support it, and we cannot agree that it should be reflected in the report. It is the minimum. Always the reports are open that you can reflect everything. In the decisions, they want to support from our pocket for activities which we are not party to that. I hope I would not repeat it. No, at this juncture, we cannot agree with that. Unless we find a solution to be reflected our paragraph in somewhere else. I'm sorry, and thank you for your patience that you have my second intervention, allowing to have second.
Please, can I ask you again, what's the last sentences you suggest to have? The last sentences. How we can proceed? You suggest different scenarios, but the last one that you can reflect this in the report or wherever you are suggesting before I am asking others can help us.
Muhammad, is something that is not really, please. It is exactly in accordance with the UN rules as established practice in all the UN multilateral forums. What we have asked is saying that request the Secretariat to make necessary arrangement to ensure that financing of the activities and meetings of Rotterdam Convention Compliance Committee is provided only from the contribution of those parties who have approved the compliance mechanism of the convention. That's it.
This is very clear that I understand your position very well, but I don't know whether Secretariat, again, you would like to intervene here. Or anybody else, please. We are looking for maybe your intervention in this regard. Any guidance, please. Nobody would like to help us to move on? Yes, David.
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed. And it's just to be very clear that this proposal would be against the financial rules agreed to by the COP itself, and it's consistent across the three. So it's really not. I don't really see a solution involving the core budget that could accommodate it. So I don't have any sort of suggestions, to be honest with you. We're sort of at a point where we would have to, in effect, go against the financial rules to try to do something like this, and it would be quite complicated. And as Juliet said, under other conventions, under Stockholm, some parties are a party to some chemicals, but not some of those that were added later. Some are part of the plastic amendments, some are not. So it's beyond being against the financial rules to actually try to administer something like this, especially for an amount that's so small. I know it's not about the money, but still, it's very, well, it's also, besides being against the financial rules, it's very impractical. So it would be very hard for us to even try to vision how this would work. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for this explanation. I understand from your intervention, it is very hard now to reflect this in the current decision, due to that you are saying that it is against the financial rules that it is applied for BRS, for the three convention. And you provide an example with the chemicals which will be, or which is added to the list of Stockholm Convention, and some of the countries they are not party, and how that can be reflected in the Bob Brock committee, who is reviewing the chemicals for the convention. I don't know whether another intervention in this regard. Otherwise, I don't know whether we can ask our Iranian colleague that we can go forward with the adoption of the decision that we did, and we will maybe return back to this issue in another agenda item. I don't know whether, and we will reflect that in any way in the report. I see flag of Iran. Please, Iran, go ahead.
Muhammad and Mr. President, it's a matter of principle. I'm sorry to say that one. If it is something complicated, it doesn't mean that we could not find a way out. If it has not been anticipated in the financial rules, now we are at the time that we have to think about these things. We cannot expect, it has a political dimension, that you want to we support the committee, which we have said that we are not party to that one. And it's not about the money, which is also important. It's about the policy as well as legal implications. Somehow, at this juncture, we put in the bracket, find a way out, like other things. We put in the bracket, but at this juncture, I'm sorry that I would not repeat it, we cannot go out at all on this issue. It is a matter of principle. Because the whole money is not about $40,000, $50,000. It's not too much. The point is that it's a matter of legal and political implications it might have to those non-state parties. Thank you.
I don't know whether legally, I am asking the legal people who is with us, whether we can put this language with a bracket somewhere and as an annex to the decision or something like this. I don't know. This is what our Iranian colleagues suggesting, that maybe later stage, but it is out of the decision. Maybe it can be annexed to the decision between brackets. That may sometime we can discuss this in any way. But what we heard from David, that it is practice, it's applied not only in Rotterdam Convention, it is applied on Stockholm as well as in Basel. Juliet, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And certainly, Iran could put forward a CRP, bearing in mind that it is expected that this meeting will just be adjourned. So if a CRP is put forward, it would be kept for discussion during the face-to-face segment. If it is what you had in mind, it could be legally possible. Let's put it that way.
Thank you, Juliet, for the suggestion. I am asking Iranian delegates to react on this. Please, Iran.
Your suggestion that you put in the annex, no, it's not acceptable. For us, it is very clear that we put forward somewhere. Flexibility for us is that we put in the bracket with a footnote that it, in the light of that proposal, a CRP whatsoever, we can make it CRP. In the face-to-face, it would be considered. The draft, this budget would be reconsidered in the light of the proposal received on this issue. So that footnote would help us to move forward, but the exact proposal should be in bracket. Thank you, not in the annex.
Juliet is suggesting that you submit the CRP on the content of your idea, and it will be kept to be discussed in the face-to-face meeting. This is, I think, the Juliet proposal. And we will not add anything to the decision. Only you are submitting a CRP on this content, what you are thinking, and it will be kept to be discussed in the face-to-face meeting. This is, I think, the proposal from Juliet, but I am looking that Juliet will confirm this or anybody. And please, Iran, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So how we make sure that it could be reconsidered? Because if you are approving it, there would not be any chance that to revisit this this program budget on the Rotterdam.
I am asking now, Juliet, with the arrangement of submission, the CRP, that it will be discussed in the face-to-face meeting. This is the question from our Iranian delegate. If he will be assured that it will be discussed in the face-to-face meeting, I think it can be acceptable. Juliet, please.
Yes, thank you. CRPs, indeed, their lifespan ends once the meeting is closed, right? And they're not carried over unless there's a COP decision specifically saying so. In this case, we expect the COP to adjourn the meeting. And in that case, the meeting is not closed. So if a CRP has been put forward and has not been fully considered by the COP, the CRP still is alive and would be taken up when the meeting resumes.
I think with our Iranian colleague, with this understanding, with the explanation by Juliet, it is acceptable. We can go forward. Please, because in any way we are adjourning the meeting, we are not closing the meeting, and the meeting will be closed after the face-to-face meeting, and the CRP will be kept and will be discussed. Iran, please.
Thank you so much. Mohammed, Mr. President, we might think a way out. CRP would be provided, of course, then it will be discussed. What is important that in the footnote somewhere, we could mention that the proposal has come out on the allocation of the money to the compliance committee of the Rotterdam ... which this would be considered in the face-to-face segment. In the report, also, there should be an understanding. We're saying that it is understood that in the light of the CRP received from Iranian delegations, the budget would be would engage to consider that proposal.
Thank you.
That means this. I'm sorry. That means this draft decision is tentatively agreed in our view, and REF is agreed. We cannot expect that they allocate money for the Rotterdam Convention's Compliance Committee with our money.
This is very clear. The content of the proposal, it's clear, but now we are discussing how we can consider this and in which way to keep your right to be discussed again. And this is, I think, the first part of the last intervention. I see it as, I think it can be doable. I don't know whether Juliet now would like to intervene again, whether we will put footnote and we will consider the CRP and will have this in the meeting report. How we can gather all this aspects. Somebody, I need your assistance in this regard. Juliet, please.
My thinking would be that the decision in itself provides, and maybe my colleagues can scroll down to the end of the decision, which provides that a revised program for the program of work, blah, 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 will be prepared. I mean, the Secretariat has been requested the executive secretaries have been requested to prepare this revised proposal. So it is clear from the decision that something else is coming for consideration during the face-to-face segment. And it's clear that the agenda item on program of work and budget will not be closed at this meeting. This is an agenda that's considered in parts, and resumption of the consideration will take place during the face-to-face segment. And it is just to clarify that the matter will come again with a revised program of work and budget, and as was proposed, there can be something in the meeting report to reflect the views of Iran, and if Iran wants to put in writing its statement that would be reflected in the meeting report, this is something we do without difficulty. And if a CRP is put forward also before the meeting is adjourned, this CRP would be carried over into the second part of the meeting when the COP meets face-to-face. And yes, this is in line with the way the COP operates traditionally. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. I think now the situation is more clear. I think also for me as well, I believe that for our Iranian colleagues, that the last paragraph of this decision, it is asking that the program of work will be revised, and if we will reflect that in the meeting report, and we will receive the CRP, which is also will be part of will be noted in the meeting report. I think this is enough, our Iranian colleagues, to consider your thoughts. Please, Iran.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm sorry that saying that again it would be reflected in the report is not the way out. We decide
not only in the meeting of the report. We are expecting that before adjourning or suspending the meeting, that you will submit a CRB, and it will be reference to the CRP in the meeting report, or in the meeting report it will be reference to the CRP. This is one thing. And in any way, in the last para of the decision, that it will be the Secretariat is requested to revise the proposal of the program of work, and in any way, in that case, the proposal and the CRP will be considered in the revision of the program of work.
Mr. President, I'm not clear on that. I'm sorry.
Please, Juliet, can you come in again and explain to how things we can handle in the next meeting based on what we are thinking, or what's to reflect the Iranian concern.
Yes. So My understanding is that if this decision is adopted as it stands with this last paragraph 26, the executive secretaries will prepare a revised proposal for the program of work and budget for 2022-2023, which will be fully considered by the COP when it resumes its face-to-face segment. At that time, what the COP would have before it would be not only the proposal prepared by the executive secretary in line with this paragraph 26, but also the COP would have before it any CRP which is submitted now before the meeting is adjourned or submitted during the face-to-face segment, right? It is possible. And then anything the COP considers takes into account the first part of the meeting report, which would be prepared for this online segment, where they could be inserted, if this is the wish of Iran, a specific text about its understanding of the matter, and the fact that the CRP was submitted or that Iran intends to submit a CRP. It depends on, of course, the capacity or the will of Iran to submit the CRP at this time or when the meeting resumes in 2022. I hope this helps. But of course, my colleagues, David or Rolf may wish to intervene as well. Thank you. Or Bruce and Satu.
Thank you. If it is clear for our Iranian distinguished colleagues, I think we can proceed with the understanding of the last intervention from Juliet. Iran, please.
We cannot agree with that. It is very clear. We don't know that they are asking that we provide a CRP. We don't know either in the revised budget and program, which the distinguished executive secretary is providing, our point is going to be addressed there. We would like to see it as a general, if there is a general understanding that in the light of the Iranian proposals, maybe this decision, not maybe, would be revisited, okay, is somehow maybe in the report we can consider it. But Iran's only national position taking, reflecting there, no. Just we are agreeing on certain things. Honestly, I tell you that too. There is a risk that the executive secretary comes with the revised text, okay? But that revised text does not address our points. Even we have provided CRP. What we say is exactly clear that please, at this juncture, either put our paragraph in bracket. We will come back to this issue. Because now it is very clear that it has been a part of the decision which is not agreed. Like other things. Why there is such reluctancy to put our paragraph in the decision in the bracket? Why you are asking that we provide a CRP? Somewhere, as we are discussing the other occasions, we have on the budget issue, we have still bracket. Put it in bracket and let's see that how we should consider it. Please, I should be clear on that. Part of this decision is not acceptable for my delegation. They have allocated money for the Rotterdam Compliance Committee, which we do not agree. How we should ask that it should be adopted? No way, please. If we cannot
clear. Now, please, I see Togo.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Le débat a été très houleux et nous comprenons aussi la position de notre collègue de l'Iran. Mais je voudrais poser la question de savoir, est-ce que selon le règlement intérieur, il est possible qu'à cette COP en ligne, qu'il puisse avoir une position de vote. Parce que sur ce sujet, je crois qu'on a déjà passé un long temps. Et si c'est possible, si le règlement intérieur nous le permet, qu'on puisse passer au vote pour voir combien de personnes seraient donc du côté de l'Iran. Voilà, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Togo. Any additional intervention? Rolf or David, please. Iran, please, Iran.
I should remind Togo that if you go for the voting, it would not be the first and it would not the last one. First thing.
Again, please, I didn't capture what you said.
No, I tell that, or I should remind our Togo colleague that if you are encouraging the voting, it would not be the first one, it would not be the last one. First thing. And second thing, Mr. President, I should be clear on that. If even it goes to the vote, it is very clear, national position would not be compromised. At least by vote, we would take distance from certain decision which we are not supporting. By what decision, which is not implied there is a consensus, it is completely missed signal. It's a bad signal. And I do not just want, because it was the first time our Togo colleagues stringing something that jeopardizes the integrity of the convention. If it goes in that direction, we do not shame to put our national position in any time whether by vote whatsoever. We
are trying not to complicate things. We are trying to simplify things and to accommodate every party. We are working with this spirit from long time, and we are trying. And now I believe that our colleagues will come in and will help us to find a way. Don't worry, we will. I will not personally support this in this stage at least, but we are looking to find a way. And with the explanation, I think we received from the Secretariat and from David, now we are understanding the issue better, and with your explanation as well. And with the last paragraph of the decision, I think in any way we need to revise the program of work, and we are requesting the Executive Secretary to do so. And in any way, we will decide on the proposal from the Executive Secretary in the face-to-face meeting. It is not going, but I think the proposal from the Secretariat will fly without adoption in any way in the physical meeting. It will be revisited and it will be discussed from the parties, and the parties will decide on that. This is my understanding of the decision. This arrangement. It is temporarily until the next physical, or not next, the part of this scope, which is the face-to-face part of the meeting. This is my understanding, I think, and we don't need, I think, to complicate things, and we need to keep the cooperative spirit within the parties. This is what we are looking for, and from long time we never gone to the vote or something like this. We will do our best to try to understand each other and to accommodate the issues of concern for any parties. Please, Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of EU and its member states, we would like to express our support and appreciation to explanation that was made by the Secretariat, and I think that is could and should be taken into account at the moment in full weight and in full value. We support the Togo's suggestion that we could live with the Togo suggestion that this topic could be further discussed on a face-to-face meeting or at a later stage. But for the time being, we believe that the decision should remain as it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. for this intervention. Serbia on behalf of EU. Slovenia, sorry. Any request for the floor? Switzerland, please, Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also thanks to the Secretariat for this helpful advice. I think the situation is getting quite clear that we have the financial rules. We have that we have to follow the procedures of the COP. In this regard, I think also, as the European Union has said, I think we are open to consider that a face-to-face meeting. I think also that idea that the Secretariat has outlined by a CPR that then would keep alive the question for the next part of this COP is quite a sensitive one. So in this regard, we could support it as outlined there, and that could be a way forward, but not touching the decision text of the draft decision on the budget of the Rotterdam Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. If there is no more request to the floor, I think we can proceed with this decision, and with the explanation was made by the Secretariat. Iran, please.
President, we cannot go along unless we reflect on paragraph. Unless you reflect on a proposal, we cannot agree. I'm sorry. There is no reflection on our proposal. We ask that it should be put in the bracket, so that let's revisit it in the context of the coming face-to-face segment. It's something that we have to be careful on that. If you ask 100 times, Mr. President, I would say no. Sure, it would not help. It is against our principle. We are not party to the compliance committee of the Rotterdam Convention. And if your financial rules does not allow it, so what is the blame for the national sovereign state? A sovereign state is not party to that one. You want that activity to be supported by the non-parties. It means as such. It's not, I told you that the money is not so important in comparison to the legal and political aspects of this issue. So 100 times, Mr. President, you ask it, I'm sorry, with all due respect to what has been said by your colleague from EU, as well as Swiss colleague, maybe if we were face to face, you have always magic solutions. We might have a solution, but this virtual situation does not allow both to get together and find a solution for things, you know. Remotely, we are going to consult with each other, compromising the whole the multilateral diplomacy. It's unfortunate, but some people also encouraging think that it's a way out because in this COVID-19 situation. But however, Mr. President, as far as we do not have a way out, which would reflect our concern, I'm sorry that we cannot subscribe to this decision as it is, and it's a reality. We have mentioned during the deliberation the contact group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iran. And now let me, maybe 2 minutes, I will come back to you with the proposal that we are working in parallel with some friends with a proposal. Well, new proposal, maybe we can try to solve the issue. 2 minutes, please. If we would like to have with us the interpretation. Maybe we can suspend this issue now, and we will go to the adoption of the report. And now may I will ask, I don't know whether Sylvia or Asfaldo to do the report. One of you, please. If that is acceptable, we will return back to this issue after we will adopt the report. Asfaldo?
Gracias, Mohamed.
Gracias.
Gracias, Mohamed. Shukran, Sede Raíz. Entonces, mientras se soluciona este pequeño impasse, vamos a proceder en una sesión conjunta para el próximo ítem de la agenda. Voy a invitar a la Secretaría que introduzca el ítem de la agenda del Convenio de Basilea número 11 y los ítems 12 del Convenio de Rotterdam y Estocolmo, adopción de los informes de la reunión. La Secretaría tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will consider the report of the online segment of the COPs in two parts. The report covering the joint plenary sessions of the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Conventions held on Monday, 26 July 2021, is to be cleared and adopted by the three COPs. It is set out in document L.1 for the three conventions. This text has been approved by the rapporteurs of the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Conventions for items that are joint in the three meetings, and by the rapporteurs of the Rotterdam and Stockholm Conventions for respectively the elections under Rotterdam Convention and the elections under Stockholm Convention. A report pertaining only the Stockholm Convention COP to cover the Stockholm Convention specific session on financial resources and mechanism held on Monday, 26 July, is to be adopted by the Stockholm COP only. It is contained in document L1/add1 and has been cleared by the Stockholm Convention COP10 rapporteur. An additional part of the report to cover today's plenary sessions will be entrusted to the rapporteurs with the support of the Secretariat. This is consistent with the standard practice of the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Convention meetings and that of the other multilateral environmental agreements. The text of all decisions adopted in plenary will be annexed to the reports. This will then constitute the reports of the online segment of the present COPs. In addition, at the face-to-face segment, the COPs will be invited to consider and adopt a supplemental report reflecting the proceedings of the face-to-face segment of their meetings. Both parts of the reports will form the complete proceedings of the meetings. The 3 COPs may wish to jointly adopt with any amendments the L1 part of their reports and agree to entrust the finalization of the reports covering the Friday 30 July sessions to the rapporteurs with the support of the Secretariat. The Stockholm Convention COP may then wish to adopt, with any amendments, the L1/Add1 part of its report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias, Alina, de la Secretaría. Quiero expresar en nombre de todos los presidentes de las conferencias de las partes nuestra sincera gratitud a los 3 relatores de nuestras reuniones, al señor Joseph Cantamanto Edmund de Ghana, relator de la COP de Basilea, la señora Agnieszka Jankowska de Polonia, quien está reemplazando a la señora Janelle Kelly de St. Kitts y Nieves, que no estuvo disponible para esta reunión, y al relator de la COP de Rotterdam, señor Seyed Mahdi Persei de la República Islámica de Irán, quien ha sido el relator de la COP de Estocolmo. Muchas gracias por tener estos informes listos y preparados para la adopción, para la aprobación el día de hoy. Como ya fue enunciado por la Secretaría, el documento L1 cubre nuestras discusiones de las sesiones conjuntas del día lunes 26 de julio para aprobación por las 3 COPs. Vamos a autorizar esta parte de los informes conjuntamente. El documento L1, Addendum 1, cubre la discusión sobre recursos financieros y mecanismos del Convenio de Estocolmo y va a ser aprobada solamente por esa COP. Ahora iré en la revisión del documento L1 por bloques de párrafos y voy a preguntar a la plenaria por comentarios o sugerencias para cada bloque de párrafos. Voy a apreciar que los delegados se enfoquen solamente en comentarios de sustancia. Comentarios sobre errores editoriales o en la traducción pueden ser reflejadas a la Secretaría por escrito. Le recuerdo que la reunión en que estamos ahora está en modo de toma de decisiones, por lo que aceptaremos intervenciones de partes solamente. Vamos a ver, aquí va a ser un poquito más complicado porque mi vista ya está, va a ser mejor sin anteojos. Vamos a ver si podemos achicar un poco la presentación en la pantalla para que quepa completamente. Ok, párrafo 1, 2. ¿Tenemos comentarios sobre los párrafos 1 o 2? Sigamos, Secretaría. Párrafos 3 y 4. ¿Algún comentario? Párrafos 3 y 4. No, sigamos. Párrafos 5 y 6. No vemos ninguna mano alzada, sigamos. Párrafo 7. No tenemos intervenciones. Párrafo 8 y 9. No tenemos intervenciones o comentarios para estos párrafos. Sigamos adelante, por favor. Párrafo 10 y 11. No hay objeciones a los párrafos 10 y 11. Vamos a seguir adelante con la parte C. Párrafos 12, 13 y 14. No tenemos comentarios. Sigamos adelante. Párrafo 15, párrafo 16, que contiene el programa. Sigamos adelante, por favor. Párrafo 17, 18, que contiene el programa de Estocolmo. No, sigamos adelante. Párrafo 19. Y luego tenemos el párrafo 20. Nada, 21. ¿22? No hay manos alzadas. Sigamos adelante, por favor. 23. Sigamos. 24. Sigamos adelante. ¿O ese es el...? Ok. 30. 31. No hay manos alzadas. Vamos a seguir con esta revisión. 32 y 33. Sigamos, por favor. Ahí está la parte final del 33 y el 34. Eslovenia tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Slovenia would like to make a short statement on behalf of EU and its member states. EU and its member states are glad that we were able to adopt a supplementary and interim budget for 2022. We see this as very important to ensure that continued operation of the conventions and the secretariat. However, in this context, we note that we would like to reconsider at the face-to-face segment of the Basel Convention, COP15, whether it is necessary to hold an open-ended working group in between COP15 and COP16, as there will only be 1 year between these two events. We would therefore like to have this observation reflected in the report of the meeting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al delegado de Eslovenia. Lo que no logro entender es cuál es la enmienda que usted quiere hacer en el informe que estamos revisando. ¿A qué párrafo? Le voy a pedir al delegado de Eslovenia que se fije en la parte destacada del texto en pantalla que refleja lo que señaló en la sesión plenaria del día lunes. Como usted sabe, señor delegado, no podemos incluir nuevas afirmaciones, sino simplemente estamos haciendo una revisión factual de lo que ya sucedió en estas reuniones de las partes. Por lo tanto, lo que le solicito es que usted confirme si lo que quiere enmendar es alguna parte de algún párrafo de este informe que no haya sido tomado en cuenta y que usted haya leído el día lunes. Ok, voy a seguir adelante, después volveremos al 34. 35 y 36, por favor. No veo manos alzadas. 37. Y 38. Sigamos, por favor, secretaría. ¿40? Ese es el último. A ver si me dice. Vamos a seguir subiendo en el... No, tenemos el 41. ¿42? Sigamos más adelante, por favor. Y esa es la revisión completa. Entonces, antes de pedir la aprobación de los informes de las reuniones, quiero volver al 34 y preguntarle al colega de Eslovenia si es que hay alguna parte de este párrafo 34 que no refleja bien lo que él leyó el día lunes por la tarde.
No, my apologies, Madam Chair. No comments to what is written on the screen. So we can proceed without further ado. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can just call me Chair. Twice you call me Madam Chair. I just prefer to be called Chair and not Madam. Tiene la palabra Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to find out, Mr. Chair, in our recollection, whether the matters for clarification, with including whether one OEWG at the end of 2022 was needed, the holding of the bureau meetings, etc., were the report of one regional group, because it says some said. So, Mr. Chair, if we can clarify whether it was one regional group who had presented those amendments as opposed to some in the same paragraph 24.
Ok, volvamos al 24 entonces.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with some citing elements for discussion or clarification, including, I think the first two at least were specific to one regional group. I just wanted to clarify with the Secretariat whether it was just a couple delegations who mentioned these two items, or it was one regional group that put forward this item, because it made it seem as if there were many proponents for these two items that came at the very beginning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, Jamaica. Usted se refiere al párrafo 23, ¿no es cierto?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm referring to paragraph 34. That's up on the screen.
Oh, al 34. A ver si la Secretaría puede aclarar el punto a la representante de Jamaica.
Yes, I can take that one as well. I think the way it has to be read is not that each of these points was supported by several people, but that, it lists several points that were made, because later on come points that were made only by another delegation, like the one about the program support cost or the maintenance of interpretation. So it's not intended to say several made all of these points, but each of these points was made by some of these people making proposals.
Muchas gracias a Andrea de la Secretaría. Entonces, podríamos aprobar este párrafo 34. Muy bien, veo que no hay delegados que pidan la palabra. Por lo tanto, voy a proponer ahora que las conferencias de las partes de Basilea, Estocolmo y Rotterdam aprueben el informe de nuestras reuniones, el cual se encuentra en el documento L1. ¿Existe alguna objeción? Viendo que no existen objeciones, así es decidido. Los informes están aprobados. Le doy la palabra a mi colega Silvia de Letonia.
Thank you, my dear Mr. President. Let us now proceed to the Stockholm Convention L1/Add1. Comments on this part of the report are for parties to the Stockholm Convention only. So similarly to how Mr. President Osvaldo went through, we will do it similarly. Trying to make my screen bigger so I can also see. So paragraphs 1, are there any comments? Two and 3. Four and 5. Six and 7. Yes, please, Iran. Iran, you had a comment?
Thank you so much, Madam President. Could we go a little bit slow by slow? Paragraph 5, we lost something. I'm sorry that because we are working from the early morning, so a little bit need
it's
time.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So 5, you have a comment for 5. Can we show 5, please, on the screen? Was there a comment, Iran? Or you just want to see it on the screen? Yes, please, Iran.
Thank you so much. Just I wanted to see. Thank you so much. We can proceed.
Okay. So 6 and 7. Okay, 8 and 9. And let's look at 10 as well then, because they fit nicely on the screen. 8, 9, and 10. Okay, and I think that's the end. Is it? Yes? No comments? I think that's the end. Okay, so I propose that we approve the part of the report of the Stockholm Convention, COP, meeting contained in L1/Add1. Are there any objections? Please, Iran.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your point. And I mean that the decision is pending yet. It's not going to be reflected here because paragraph 10, when talking about the decision, how it would stand, the decision is going to be annexed to this report, yes? Still, we have to agree on that, yes?
Yes, exactly. We're just now agreeing on the report that of the plenary on Monday.
So we will discuss about the report, the decision later on?
I hope we can move to that soon. I hope we can move to that as soon as we approve this report, and then we move on to, it's going to be our dessert for today.
Because in paragraph 10, because in paragraph 10, it says that following discussion at the Conference of State Parties, agreed the President would consult with the interested parties to prepare the revised draft. It's a factual one. And then take into the, it's a factual. And it's a fair reflection. I know that it's a factual one, and thank you very much to you, and hope to see that what the decision will stand. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. With that clarification then, are there any objections to the approval of this part of the report that we have before us? Okay, seeing none, this part of the report is adopted. Thank you. So now, as in great anticipation, as Iran already mentioned, we're going to move to the item on the Stockholm Convention finance mechanism. 1 minute, please. So I invite the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention to now return to agenda item 5G on financial resources and mechanisms. We have discussed the matter in plenary on Monday and agreed I would consult interested parties and come up with a revised draft decision, if necessary, on this matter. As I reported earlier in the outcomes of the work, we had quite a lot of deliberations, and upon attempting to find a text that we could agree on, I have determined to submit a CRP, and with an attempt in the text to address the various interests of the parties concerned, and also looking at the different issues that were explained in plenary. Unfortunately, I understand that the CRP is perhaps not up yet. Let me just check. Okay, it's just gone up. So CRP 5. So it should be up now, and I hope you have. I guess I will give some. Let's have a very small break for you to take a look. I am aware that we don't have a lot of interpretation left. If I can ask the Secretariat how much time we have left.
Yes, we have 5 to 10 more minutes of interpretation. Thank you.
Perhaps I can ask the Secretariat then to put it on the screen, just because it has just gone up. Perhaps that would be the easiest. So if I can just explain then the CRP. We worked very hard in our deliberations and consultations, both bilaterally and multilaterally, to ensure that we first ensure that the reports that are required to communicate to the JEF the needs of the parties in line with the convention, that these are forwarded to the JEF in time. The second was taking into account the issues related in plenary and also in our group from two regions. And then also addressing elements of the concerns of on the processes of the JEF, and those are also captured as much as was possible in terms of our the agreement. So you now have in front of you then this CRP 5, a draft decision on the matter concerning the financial mechanism for the Stockholm Convention, and is understood that this decision has no budgetary implications. And I now would like to invite the Conference of Parties to the Stockholm Convention to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision set out in SC CRP 5. Are there any objections? Iran, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, I have provided a statement. It's a mandatory statement I have to read out, and please bear with me that it is something should be registered so that everybody knows that where we stand and why Iranian delegations cannot agree with this text. Unfortunately, Madam President, all efforts and consultation with the other parties under the leadership of yourself to reach a balanced and inclusive agreement on the financial resources and mechanism agenda item of this online COPs BRC convention meeting failed. And its proposed draft decision for submitting reports to the JEF, taking into account the needs and priorities of the parties, did not enjoy consensus. It was very clear from the deliberation that there is a lack of political will by some parties who systematically neglecting the need for a comprehensive and inclusive approach towards the implementation of all articles of the convention. The most concerning point is that those parties are decided not to duly respect the rights of the few other parties under the convention, which in turn would be a great harm to the integrity of the convention. This is something of pivotal importance, which requires attention of all parties and would not be subject to any bargaining or compromise. Some parties, including my own country, have for many years have been deprived of their rights under the convention due to the false continued illusion that this unfair and discriminatory approach could be sustained forever. The current proposed action and decision of on the financial resources and mechanism agenda item in no way is mirroring the outcome of the ongoing negotiation and position of my country, and it is very unfortunate that during the deliberations carried out by yourself, our suggestion has not been taken in full consideration. The current decision and approach taken to deal with the suggestion and or inputs is a serious setback in multilateralism and indeed the objectives of the Stockholm Convention. We strongly believe that this unbalanced draft decision, partly echoing interests of the certain parties, not all parties, would not ensure the equal and non-discriminatory access of all parties to the financial resources of the Convention, to the JEF as required on this important instrument. In the light of the above observation, my delegation could not support the current decision and would not join consensus on that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Russian delegation, please.
И мы в рамках нашего региона Восточной Европы в целом поддерживаем работу и ваше личное участие в том, чтобы решение по механизму финансирования Стокгольмской конвенции двигалось вперед. И я хотел бы сейчас от лица всего Восточного... Ой, я прошу прощения. Я прошу прощения. Вот так вот сделаем. Вот. И хотел бы от лица всего Восточноевропейского региона зачитать позицию на английском языке. On behalf of the Eastern European region, I would like to express our support for the decision on the Stockholm Financial Mechanism. Taking into account that developing countries and countries with economies in transition, including those from our region, rely on the support from the Global Environment Facility for the implementation of the Stockholm Convention. We viewed important to have a decision to forward the assessment report to provide input into the 8th replenishment of the JEF. We would like to underscore our appreciation of the work of the Secretariat and colleagues in the preparation of the decision and support its adoption. And special thanks go to you personally, Madam President. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexander, and thank you to the Eastern European region. Any other comments at this time? Slovenia, please, on behalf of the EU.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's right this time. EU and its member states appreciate all the effort of everyone involved in the small group discussions on the financial mechanism and can agree to the CRP as presented by you just now. There's only a minor editorial change that we would like to propose in paragraph 2 to add recipient country parties instead of recipient countries. Thank you, Madam President.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Dominican Republic, please.
Hello. Yes, Madam President. Above all, we want to thank you for your effort during this week to arrive to an agreed text and all the meetings that you organize. The Latin American and Caribbean countries regret the position of our esteemed colleagues from Iran and the consequences it may have for developing countries if the CRP does not pass. We consider that this is a very important initiative that can guarantee a proper and timely access to our countries in order for us to advance in the implementation of the convention and also in the compliance of all the engagements acquired within their framework. So we hope that this decision will be adopted on behalf on all our countries. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I understand Palestine was next. Are we having problems connecting? Palestine, I understood, was next.
Yes, it's being streamed now.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes. Please
Good.
go ahead.
I don't know if you heard the previous statement from me. Okay, I will repeat. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for hard work done regarding this issue. And for this decision, I join my colleague from Iran. Since we have, as a state of Palestine, we don't have an access to get funds to comply with the Stockholm Conventions, so that we need this decision to take into consideration the requirements and the accessibility of funds for all countries without any kinds of discrimination regarding political or anything that related to this issue, so that we urge the secretariat and the organizer to make a kinds of accessibility or a kinds of what is called the equality for dispersion of funds for all countries that need such kinds of funds. We appreciate that we need to secure funds for implementation of the Stockholm Conventions through a global funds, but actually this is fair that these funds are available or accessible for some countries and forbidden for other countries for some political issues. So that we need this decision to reflect the interest and concentration of other countries. And we are, as Asia Pacific region, we had presented this consideration through our statement at the beginning of this COP, so that we need this decision to take into consideration the needs of all countries and the affordability of such funds for all countries in order to be able to comply for Stockholm Conventions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Brazil, please.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me okay? Okay, thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, Brazil would like to thank you once again for the hard work in trying to find common ground on the draft decision that is being now discussed. We also associate ourselves with the statement made by the Dominican Republic on behalf of CRULEC. Madam President, dear colleagues, Brazil has shown our appreciation since the very beginning of the COPs for the information presented in documents COP 10/15 and 10/29 on the Stockholm Convention's financial mechanism. We understand that they provide us with valuable and important information regarding the high share of estimated financial resources that still needs to be allocated for the management of some of the POPs. My delegation wholly endorses the view that these reports need to be forwarded to the JAF, inasmuch as we understand that we, parties to the Stockholm Convention, have now the perfect time to request that institution during the replenishment of its trust fund to help us fulfill our commitments under the convention. And the CRP presented by Kruluk and supported by the African group clearly points out in that way. Nonetheless, we have to say that we would like to express our deep concerns on the few advancements we have been able to achieve during the informal consultations on the matter, in spite of many of us showing flexibility to accommodate different views. Madam President, when the Bureau of the BRS conventions decided to convene the respective conferences of the parties in two segments, it was agreed that the virtual meeting would comprise the priority topics on the agenda. So it is of our understanding that an inclusion of item 5G of the financial mechanism of the Stockholm Convention was not a random choice. It is a necessary choice. We need to address it. Indeed, the very text of the Stockholm Convention acknowledges in Article 13 the importance of financial support, especially for developing country parties, to fulfill and make the full implementation of its provisions. With all due respect, we're not convinced that we should risk losing this opportunity to forward the two reports to the JAF. This would not send the appropriate message in terms of the urgency we now have to address the issues related to the remaining POPs, and would put, in our perspective, developing country parties in an even more delicate situation. So we would like to reiterate our full support to the adoption of the draft decision as now proposed by the presidency. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Brazil. Switzerland, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Also, this delegation acknowledges the importance of the replenishment process for successful implementation of the Stockholm Convention. This concerns in particular the recipient countries or developing countries. We also know and acknowledge that submitting the two reports is very crucial to mobilize sufficient resources and to inform the JEF and the JEF constituency about the needs. We very much appreciated to work on your leadership and the good spirit of collaboration with the proponents of the CRP from the Gulag and African region. I think we have shown a spirit of compromise from different sides, and that reflects now in the CRP that there's a strong message to the JEF that we need more resources for the implementation of the Stockholm Convention, and also we highlight some specific issues. Due to this reason, our delegation supports the adoption of the CRP and hopes that also everybody can make a step that we can at least send those reports and a good signal to the JEF. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Switzerland. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm speaking on behalf of the African region. I'd like to concur with my previous speakers, particularly detailed one as presented by Brazil. And in addition to that, I'd like to indicate that we as developing countries were the ones that have been continually requesting that there be additional adequate funding made available for effective implementation of the convention. And this is a prime opportunity for us to do so. We have reports that specifically indicate how much is needed. We have an opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. Furthermore, there's so much competition for resources at a time whereby resources are so limited. We're not the only ones needing these resources. We cannot afford not to submit a decision, a guidance document with the reports to JEF, because we need to send a positive message. We need to send a clear message we need to continue to remain on the radar of Jeff in terms of requesting funding. So as the African region, we appreciate, Madam President, your continuous support and trying to solve this impasse. We appreciate other parties trying to come together and find middle ground, but unfortunately we couldn't. As the African region, we fully support the adoption and subsequent submission to Jeff of this decision and the 2 reports. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, South Africa. UK, please. You're muted. We can't hear you, unfortunately. We see you, which is nice, but we can't hear you. Perhaps we can move to the next speaker, and we can try to, the technical team can try to work it out, so we can come back to you. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Okay, next I have Zambia, please. Now we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please
Thank you. Mr. President, considering that Zambia is taking the floor for the first time, would like to thank the Secretariat for organizing this online meeting. Zambia would like to align with the position of the African region. The issue of financing is very critical to our region, and as such, we cannot lose this opportunity. It's an opportunity that we are considering now, and it's the opportune time for us to submit to Jeff and make our position known. So with that, Zambia would like to align with the position of the African region as presented by South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Zambia. Ghana, please.
President, on behalf of my delegation, Ghana, would like to support the African position, which is being also reiterated by our colleague from Zambia. Madam President, in my opinion, time is running out for a number of issues that need to be solved under the convention, in particular reference to PCB's elimination. We have a timeline of 2025 and 2028, and we are in 2021. Due to the COVID pandemic, a number of issues have been on hold because of inadequate fund and also human resources inability to even meet and then work together. And financial resources are things that resources are what we need to be looking at critically. On behalf of my delegation, therefore, I'd like to support this decision because we need enough funds to implement our national implementation plan, where a number of issues have been raised, measures to get them underway. So I believe that, from my delegation point of view, we support the decision taken by this COP or main delegation. We think that it is timely that we do that. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Ghana. Colombia, please.
Colombia is streaming, but we cannot hear her, I think.
Colombia? Can we try Colombia again?
Could you please raise your hand, Colombia? think there is a problem. We don't see her in the panel and we don't hear her. Might be an issue, unfortunately.
Okay, can the technical team be in contact so that we can hear from Colombia?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if we have resolved the issue with UK as well, if we can try that again as well.
I will check. I don't have news yet on this. I will check.
Okay, I understand then we are waiting to be able to connect Colombia, and while we're waiting for that, the Seychelles, please.
Seychelles takes the floor. I would like to congratulate the Secretariat for the organization of the conferences of the parties. And on behalf of Seychelles delegation, I would like to align ourselves with the position of that of South Africa. Seychelles as a small island state faces a lot of threats. We are very vulnerable, and therefore, as much financial support that we can have will greatly benefit in the implementation of our national implementation plan. So we face a lot of challenges. Therefore, this is why we would like to reiterate our support to South Africa's position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mexico, please.
On behalf in Mexico, fully supports the adoption of such important resolution to address all the commitments we have in front of us. In the item of ECBs, we support this adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Argentina, please. Argentina?
The person should be able to take the floor. So we can check also with the technical support if they can check the problem.
Okay, can we try then again Colombia?
Colombia would need to raise her hand. Yes, I see it now. Yes.
Okay, I understand we're having problems with Colombia still. So Jamaica, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamaica would like to align itself with the previous speakers in forwarding the two reports to the JEF. We think it's very timely, and we would like to support that initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I see Colombia, and I hope we'll be successful. Connecting Colombia now.
Apologies, but I don't see the hand of Colombia. I see UK and Argentina.
Okay, I saw it for a minute, but
yes.
Okay, let's try UK.
Yeah, now I see her. Okay, UK. Sorry for this. I didn't see it first time.
UK. We don't hear you. Oh, okay, we see you, but no, we don't hear you still. It's very unfortunate. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let's see if we can fix that. Technically, Argentina, please. Secretariat? Are we having problems with Argentina?
Yeah, I don't know. It's getting a bit difficult now to get delegates. Yes, I don't hear Argentina, though I'm streaming the person. So we can also ask remote support to help. They confirm that they are currently assisting Colombia. Yeah. So I cannot. There is a problem. There is a problem with Argentina.
Okay, so we're so Colombia, UK, and Argentina. I still would like to speak, but while we wait for that to be technically possible, maybe I can make a partial summation of what I've heard up until now. So, you know, as I understand, there is quite a lot of support for this decision. We have three regions that are in support of this decision, as well as a group of countries. And we also have many others who have expressed support for this decision. I also heard the concerns of two parties on the fact that this decision perhaps does not address certain issues. And I would like to just, note that the paragraph, which is number 4, I think it's the final paragraph in the decision. We have tried to show that this is not the end of our conversation. And I think this is something that is very difficult. We're used to, the last day seems like the last absolute possibility to do something. And this is only the last day of the online segment. And we have to understand that we should be perceiving this Friday as just the first Friday in the week. It's not even, because we still have 2 weeks next year to deliberate and to discuss. And that's why I think it's very important, this fourth paragraph, which has a request to the Secretariat to continue to compile information on matters related to the financial mechanism and to update relevant documents for consideration by the COPs at the face-to-face segment of its 10th meeting in 2002. Thus, I think it is important, the concerns of Palestine and Iran, that these are going to be able to be looked at as the Secretariat prepares the information for the face-to-face COP. And I think this is an important element because this means that your concerns can be looked at, and we can discuss these issues on the face-to-face. And as I understand from our discussions that we have had, this face-to-face element for these discussions from your side is very important. So this would ensure that the face-to-face discussions on these issues do occur. And I think this would be very valuable to those who are very much, eager to be able to put the information from the assessment, from the reports, to the GEF to ensure that chemicals management issues are reflected more strongly in the GEF 8th replenishment. And I know that we are all committed to these issues. And I know in our countries and also, on the regional and also global level, we are frequently frustrated about the fact that we see that other issues in environment take precedence over the issues that are close to our hearts on chemicals management. And I think, it is important that we forward these reports, and waiting until the face-to-face will be too late. And thus, I just would really like to plead to our distinguished delegates from Palestine and Iran that I feel that this decision does address their issues. It gives an opportunity to discuss them in our face-to-face segment. And I would just like you to consider this and to perhaps support the others who have expressed their opinions in regards to being able to forward these reports. So I would like to hear whether you feel that that would be possible, and if we could adopt this decision as is supported by many, including regional groups. I understand the Dominican Republic would like to come back. Please.
Hello, Madam President. Time is of the essence. So I take again the floor as GRULAC coordination to stress that all GRULAC parties to this convention have adopted this CRP after careful deliberation. And this is of importance to our region to access funds that we need in a time of crisis, a time of historical crisis within a pandemic that demands solidarity. So we want to please appeal to our colleagues to please support this CRP as presented by the presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. Colombia, let's try. Let's hope we can get you now. Colombia?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the technical problems. Colombia would like to thank Madam Chair for all the efforts made and the commitment on this matter. Colombia also would like to express fully support to the CRP proposal submitted by GRULAC with the support of the African region. And we would like to highlight the urgent need to adopt this decision today. As others have said, we cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Colombia considers that this decision is of the utmost importance to provide guidance to the JEF and its aid replenishment to ensure accessible, sufficient, and predictable resources for all developing countries. Therefore, forwarding the report to the JEF is a priority, and providing guidance to the JEF as a financial mechanism of Stockholm Convention is in line with our interests and needs. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Colombia. Iran, please. Iran? Iran, please.
Thank you so much, Madam President. It was a technical problem, I think, and many thanks to all your efforts. I'm sorry that I have to say that we are not in the same page with those who are in favor of this decision and those who are not. Those who have benefited from the JEF, so they support and they can be ensured that, again, it would be continued. Those for the last 15 years, 10 years, whatsoever, have been deprived, they do not have anymore such kind of the strategic patient. Say that, okay, as I told you, that speech therapy would not work anymore. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Madam President. With all due respect to you, all the colleagues, I cannot support it. We cannot join consensus on that. 100%. I told you that it's a matter of principle for us this time. We have to move forward. It's unfortunate that I do not blame anybody at this juncture. This is the real politics, and we have to work towards that issue. But what I blame is that it's unfortunate that during the discussions, our proposal has not been taken seriously. You are referring paragraph 4 at all. The paragraph 4 does not reflect our view as we have requested. It was clear that where our paragraphs are and should stand. I'm sorry, Madam President, I don't want to take your time and valuable colleagues' time. Until tomorrow morning, if we continue on morning, it would be the same. Our position would not be changed, Madam President. I have to be careful on that. I have done the clear instruction, that to follow this issue, and hope that within the people might be in a hasty situation. We don't think that there is an end of the world. Still, we have time. At least we might devise a venue to discuss informally to reach consensus before the next COP. I mean, the resume COP, not next COP, resume COP. Still, there is time. If there is a will, there is a way out. So at this juncture, please, if such kind of statements coming, with all due respect, we are very much. Also, I hope that the others also should have sympathy with those who have been deprived. They do not see sympathy. They do not show as such sympathy to other regions. They are asking about, talking about the issue of solidarity. Solidarity goes with all people in this planet. It must go to the certain directions. So please, Madam, I'm not used to have a statement or convince people on the floor, as I told you that. Normally, when I'm negotiating, I'm not, people have their own position. On the floor, you cannot convince the people, because we have to finally to get the compromise. At this juncture, there is no compromise, is not in the paper. With all due respect, while we have a difference of opinion, but I duly noted your sincere efforts. However, we do not agree with the paper CRP which has been presented. Thank you so much. I hope it will be the last intervention, because really 100 times I would repeat the same. Thank you.
Okay. Palestine, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the floor for me for the second time. Actually, the state of Palestine is more flexible for adoption such decision, as there is a consensus for adoption. But we need to highlight the needs for securing funds for all parties in order to implement the Stockholm Conventions. There is some requirements. We are unable to do it. But we need to highlight in this issue, there is some discriminations. So why there are some countries are able or affordable for getting the financial resources, and the other are unable to get even $1 from global Jeff to do so. My idea or my goal for raising such statement or such issue, that we need to secure some funds for parties that are not able to get funds from Jeff. There is a real needs for securing these funds for these parties, because there is a kind of discrimination, and we actually highlighted this issue many times during the previous COPs, but till now we did not get any funds from Jeff to do so. The idea here is not to offend the adoption of the decision, but we need to highlight or to secure some funds for parties that are not able to get funds from Jeff. This is the idea. We actually flexible for doing so and adoption for this decision, but we need at the same time, we need to find some solution to resolve this problem for Palestine and other countries that facing such a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Argentina, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, and I hope I'm being heard now. Apologies for the technical issues. Argentina truly appreciates the efforts invested throughout this week by our colleagues who have worked intensely in the drafting of this decision, including the consideration of the CRP presented by GRULAC and supported by Africa. We also would like to join concerns raised by others. The exceptional circumstances we are living should not jeopardize the opportunities we have to ensure access to adequate, sustainable, and sufficient funding for the application of the Stockholm Convention. That is why it is of utmost importance to forward both reports to Jeff for consideration at the negotiations of the rate replenishment already ongoing, and we fully align with the declarations of GRULAC, Brazil, and others in this regard. It would be very unfortunate not to get to a consensus on this, since not forwarding these reports will not help make any progress in this sense. On the contrary, it could imply that Jeff will. It will not imply that Jeff would put the replenishment cycle on hold. It could lead to the allocation of their funds in other spheres in detriment of the implementation of the chemical agenda. We do sympathize with other delegations and their declarations and truly appreciate Palestine for their flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Leon, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. And thanks to the Secretary and Madam President, everyone here for successful deliberation. Australian support ULAC in African region. In the same vein, we understand the frustration from both frustration expressed by both Palestine and Islamic Republic of Iran. We are prevailing on both colleagues to understand that in negotiations or in discussions, you give some, you take some, and that their concern may not be addressed today. But I think everyone here has heard them, and moving forward by first of this, I think it will be a better place to have that discussion. So I'm prevailing on the brothers to understand that yes, other regions do need this, and those regions do understand their concern, but we can't just do anything about it at this present moment. There is time for everything. There is a place for everything. If I understand them clearly, I think the best place would be in our face-to-face meeting. I hope I changed some mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Leon. If we have no others who are requesting the floor, I suggest we have a break from this topic, and I'm not sure, we could move back to, I'll ask the Secretariat if we can just have a break, and then, or would we like to move back to the Rotterdam Convention, and then it might be wiser just to have a break for 10 minutes? Is that okay?
Yes, it's okay. It's okay from the Secretariat standpoint. Thank you.
So we'll have a break for 10 minutes and then return to this item. Thank you.
Hello. Secretariat, do you hear me?
Mr. President, yes, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
But I don't see. We come back on budget issue. We suspend for consultation. I hope that this time will be the last to deal this issue and allow us to forward. During the break, we make
Mr. President,
consultation and
so unfortunately we have lost Serge. We will try to reconnect him. Okay, so we have lost the connection for Serge. We're trying to reconnect him. I will allow the streaming for Mohammed. Mohammed, you are streaming now. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. I hope that Serge will handle this issue, but unfortunately, we are losing all the time him when we are talking about the budget and the Rotterdam Convention. I think we stopped where we suggest that the Secretariat will work on the proposal, and now everybody is hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we stopped where that we suggest that the Secretariat will propose a proposal to handle the issue raised by Iran in the Rotterdam Compliance Committee and the budget decision. And we hope that the Secretariat is coming with a solution. Now I would like to invite the Secretariat to produce or to introduce the proposal. And I see hand of David. David Ogden, please.
Thank you, Mohammed. And this is, of course, done in consultation with the presidents and yourself. If you remember in the discussion on the used lead acid batteries, that during the budget contact group, there was a suggestion of a way to sort of keep it in people's minds. And there was a footnote added to Table 1 of the interim budget that talked about bringing that issue back for consideration at the face-to-face COP. So using that as a model, we thought there might be an approach to add another footnote to that table that would essentially include the wording of the Iranian proposal before. So I'll read it and then maybe we can put it up in a minute. But it would say, without prejudice to the decision of the COP in June 2022 on the proposal by a party to request the Secretariat to make the necessary arrangement to ensure that financing of all activities and meetings of the Rotterdam Compliance Committee is provided only from contributions of those parties who have approved the compliance mechanism of the convention. Now that's the last part is the wording from Iran. We could of course clean it up a little bit in editing, but that's it. But I did want to remind that this is just bringing it back for a specific decision at the face-to-face meeting, similar to the ULabs. So maybe if it's okay with you, maybe we could put up that text and a reminder that it would go into the Annex 1 of the interim budget.
Thank you. It is good suggestion that, and now we can see the suggestion or the footnote text in the screen, and we will allow people to read it maybe and allow them for 1 minute, and then we will look for a reaction, and we hope that we can accept this proposal from the Secretariat, and we will amend this footnote with the annex, and we will proceed with the decision of the budget under Rotterdam. Are there any objection to this proposal to amend the annex with this footnote? Iran, please. Iran, please have the floor.
So we're trying to stream him. For the moment, it's not working. Can you put your hand up again, please, so we can stream you? Fortunately, it's still not working. We're trying. Can you please try again, or ask one of your colleagues to see?
Yes. Any additional except Iran who would like to intervene? Now I think yes. Iran.
Iran, you're muted, it seems, but you're streaming. Iran, you should be streaming now. So we're continuing to try. Unfortunately, it's not working yet. But Syed from Iran normally is muted, but is streaming, so should be able to speak.
Iran, you are hearing you. We are. You are hearing us.
I will try again. I'll unstream, and you can raise your hand again if you hear me, and we can try again. Sorry about this. So you can raise your hand again, and I'll try and allow the streaming. Thank you. So Syed, you should be streaming now. You are muted.
Could you hear me, Mohammed?
Yes. Now I am hearing you. And the same time, I receive a message from Naziri in private telephone that he can go with the text. But if you can speak, it is better that everybody will hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mohammed, for giving me the floor. We feel comfortable with your proposal. Actually, the proposal which was put forward by the Secretariat. It is acceptable to us, but another issue I would like to raise is that this actually paragraph and its legal implication has more to do with the previous COP, not the upcoming COP, because it was decided at the previous COP, and normally these should taken into consideration of the legal department of the Secretariat at that time. Anyway, we feel comfortable with your proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iran, for accepting the proposal from the Secretariat to annex this footnote to the annex of the budget decision, and based off the explanation that was we hear from David, we will proceed with the decision related to the budget arrangement on Rotterdam Convention. Having said that, thank you very much for Iran understanding and the flexibility. Thank you very much for everybody. Now I will turn the floor for one of the president. I don't know whether it's Sylvia or Asfaldo. Asfaldo, please go ahead.
I guess I will invite our dear Vice President Mohammed to adopt the entire RC decision.
Okay, what is now I will give the floor to the Secretariat to clarify what kind of decision is still remaining for Rotterdam, and we hope that we can decide on the remaining decision related to the Rotterdam Convention. Please, the Secretariat has the floor to introduce the next decision for Rotterdam.
Mr. President, that was the last decision. Would you maybe want to say that we are now adopting the budget decision with this additional footnote inserted?
Yeah, exactly. Already we adopt this, and Iran accept the proposal from the Secretariat, and I didn't observe any rejection for this proposal, and that's why we decide to proceed with a decision of the budget for Rotterdam Convention, and we conclude this issue. And now we will go to another agenda item. I don't know whether we still have under Rotterdam another decision that need to be taken by COP, or that this was the last one.
No, thank you, Mr. President. That was the last one. Then you can hand over to Osvaldo.
Thank you very much. Osvaldo, now floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. We will formally adopt the decision right now. I now invite the Conference of the Parties to the Stockholm Convention to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision set out in SCCRP 4 as orally amended, with the inclusion of the numbers as contained in the budget table set out in document CRP BC, CRP 2 add 1, RC CRP 3 add 1, and SC CRP 4 add 1. Are there any objections to adopting the decisions as orally amended? Iran. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I made a mistake. It's Rotterdam Convention, not Stockholm Convention. Sorry about that.
So we're trying to stream Iran. Unfortunately, it's not working. Oh, he put down his hand, I think. So his hand was lowered.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's up again. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Okay, Iran, please go ahead.
Unfortunately, we still have these technical issues with the streaming. We're trying. If you can put your hand up again, we will try again. No, it's still not working, unfortunately.
Okay.
If you allow, if you allow, Osvaldo, I think the Stockholm Convention budget decision already we did, and all the budget decision already we did. The last one was Rotterdam, and now we can proceed to another agenda item beyond the budget decision.
Okay, very well. Then we can go to another item if all three decisions have been adopted. Thank you, Mohammed.
Yes.
Thank you. I see several hands up. Let me give the floor to the delegate from Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me repeat once again the intervention that I made a little bit too early before. So we would like, on behalf of EU and the member states, to propose that the report of the meeting reflects that we would like to reconsider at the face-to-face segment of Basel Convention COP15 whether it is indeed necessary to hold an open-ended working group in between COP15 and COP16, as there will be only 1 year between these two meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lavinia, for that. So we will reflect that statement in the meeting report. Jamaica, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Chair. I am not sure where we are. The statement that was just read out a while ago, is that a new statement? Because I remember we were talking about the report and we spoke about paragraph 34. So is that a new statement that was read out that will be included in the meeting report?
I guess I wouldn't like to say this in plenary, but I guess our colleague from Slovenia got confused with the statement and he was supposed to read that statement at this point on this agenda item and not during the revision of the meeting report. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, we are then making statements in relation to this agenda item.
With relations to budget, yes, the decisions have been adopted, but
right,
that was a statement with relation to the budget.
Okay,
Yes.
So Mr. Chair, can I go ahead then?
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in relation to the OAWG 13, the proposed OAWG 13 to be held within the biennium 2022 to 2023, the Jamaican delegation would like to emphasize and re-emphasize the importance of the OAWG in providing recommendations from a policy, technical, and scientific point of view to the Conference of the Parties. And we believe that it is important that the OAWG 13 is convened within the biennium to allow for the intersessional processes to go into a universal body to be further discussed and distilled to make the informed recommendations to the Conference of the Parties when it next meets. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Gillian. I have Iran on my list.
Good evening, Osvaldo. Thank you for giving me the floor. Same as our colleagues from Jamaica, I'm confused also. Are we going to adopt the draft position on the Basel Convention? If it is so, I would like to ask you what has happened to the paragraph which was proposed by Iran regarding the implications of COVID-19 on the payment of contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Magdi. Yes, all three decisions have been adopted by plenary. 14 bis has been retained in the operational part of the decision, but we deleted the last sentence of that paragraph. But it did remain on the operational part. Iran?
Iran is muted for the moment.
Okay. Iran's hands is up again.
Could you hear me?
I can.
Would you please show the paragraph on the screen?
No, I cannot. The decision has been adopted.
But we were unable to reflect, to take the floor and express our views on that.
I don't know. We began 10 minutes late, and we adopted the decisions 20 minutes after we opened the second segment of the plenary.
So let me consult with my colleagues. Thank you.
I just said the decisions have been adopted. Okay, any other intervention on this before I give the floor to Sylvia? Sylvia?
Hello again. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your giving me the floor. So we have one item left on our agenda for this Conference of Parties in regard to the Stockholm Convention on Stockholm Convention Finance Mechanism. And I would like to appeal again for the adoption of the CRP number, now I can't remember which one it was, number 5. I think we heard overwhelming pleas from the regions of Gulag, Sea, Africa region and other countries that this particular decision is very vital for them in order to have access to the finance mechanism. I also heard that there are concerns about the finance mechanism, and there is interest that has been expressed both by myself and parties that have been involved in preparing the decision, that there is an opportunity that this can be, with this decision, discussed, these issues and these challenges for those parties in the face-to-face next year. I would like to again say that this is only the online segment, and we have a continuation of our work where we are returning to discussions on the finance mechanism. This particular decision is required in order to be able to move the reports to the Global Environmental Facility. And thus, this particular part of the discussions on the financial mechanism that usually takes place in the face-to-face, this particular aspect is contained in this decision in order to secure this movement of the reports to the Global Environmental Facility. Thus, I would like to hear that your acceptance to proceed and adopt the CRP 5 on the Stockholm Convention financial mechanism. I hear no objections. It's decided. Thank you. Please, Palestine.
Your efforts for doing so, and I want to emphasize about my previous intervene regarding the decision. As I told, I fully support the consensus for adoption of the decision, and we hope so that the COP will be able to secure some funds for Palestine to be able to implement the Stockholm Convention's requirement. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Palestine. Iran, please.
So Iran is streaming. We can hear
Iran,
you.
please. Iran? Your microphone is on, so...
Yes, Madam President. Could you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear.
We cannot agree with this decision. We have told it. We had difficult. No abuse should made. Previous president made an abuse. We have not made any decision on the budget issue. There was pending issue. It is not the way that we are negotiating. Going to the online session, it would be bad implications on the overall negotiations. We agreed with good faith to engage with all of you in the virtual settings, but abusing technical difficulties to adopt certain things, it is completely different. We will not agree with that. Please, let the other president know. Iran would not agree with any decisions due to technical difficulties. Some might have a pretext or abuse that technical difficulties. For that, Madam Chair, on this decision, we cannot agree. 100%, we cannot agree. No technical difficulty would prevent us to object to this decision. I should be clear on that. And on the previous decision also, we will reopen it in June, if they are going to do it. We didn't want to work in that direction. It is unfortunate. A clear abuse has been made on the technical difficulties of delegations. We cannot agree. I'm sorry. We should stop here. Thank you so much.
Okay, I understand, yes, that there are technical difficulties perhaps currently on this particular decision, but I don't think that would be valid to the decision that was already passed some time ago, as explained by my co-president from the Basel Convention. However, I would like to plead to you, Iran. I understand that Palestine now also supports this decision. And I think considering that we have overwhelming support from the Eastern European region, the African region, and the Latin American Caribbean region, as well as others who expressed extreme support, I think it would be very favorable in order to allow these countries to be able to have this access to the Global Environmental Facility. And as I mentioned, and as I understand now also Palestine recognizes that during the face-to-face meeting in this COP, we would be able to talk about the issues that you have and the challenges that you have. And, we have in the decision both, as I said, in the fourth paragraph, which is contains a request to Secretariat for information, and also in the text which was introduced by yourself, we have made stronger language where it has been agreeable. And thus, I would appeal that you do accept this decision as was adopted. I understand you had technical issues, but I appeal to you to agree. Iran?
Sylvia, could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Said.
It's unfortunate that we have seen such thing. We expect you to be more patient when there is a very challenging draft decision like this, and what we expect that even you could at that time you could try more ways in order to have access to us and to get our final position. It would not be acceptable to us. It's unfortunate, and at this stage, I think we should stop here. We should pause the meeting here to have. We should take more consultation, but under no circumstances we could be able to accept the decision, which, like the previous COP, was taken in a very hasty mood. It's not possible for us to accept it. So I would like to request you to pause the meeting for some minutes. Actually, it was not acceptable to us, the previous reason which was raised by Osvaldo. It's not acceptable to behave the parties, which shows their flexibility to be with you. At the end of the day, another thing will ruin everything. So I would like to request you to pause the meeting. We should consult internally. Thank you.
Okay, I understand and I hear your request for a pause, and I would very much then graciously hope that reaching out will be successful during this break. And I suggest it is a very short break, and we can discuss and consult and come back to continue the adoption of this decision. So a short break. So hello again. So after a break and some consideration, I want to emphasize that decision on this Stockholm Convention on Financial Mechanism has been made. It has been made with great support from very many, from regions, from parties, and it has been flagged as something that is very important in this online segment. And I understand that there can be technical issues. However, there has been considerable effort over the course of the 3 days, actually 4, including today, to discuss this text and that which was adopted before we broke for the break. Thus, I would suggest that the remaining concerns that Iran has expressed are reflected in the report and through a statement, if you would like it to make it now, or through a CRP, which can be submitted so that it can be looked at during the face-to-face part of this COP. Thank you. Osvaldo, you have the floor for the next item. Iran?
Sylvia, could you hear me?
Yes.
Today was a dark day for the BRS COP, even darker than the day that the COPs proceeded during the previous COPs on adoption of new annexes to the Rotterdam Convention. I'm sure you are remembering what I'm saying. You have lost our trade. We feel betrayed. I would like also to add that those who are silent today, especially from the developing countries, I would like to make them sure that you will experience such tricks sooner or later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Norway, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just, on behalf of my delegation, express our full support in you and the decision that you have just reached. We see no issues at all with the way you've conducted the proceedings under the Stockholm Convention at this meeting, and we are in full support of the decision that you just reached. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Switzerland, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. From our side, thank you to you for your leadership in this over these days and also today. We fully trust your leadership. I think you have done a great job. We're also very happy with the adoption of this decision. There was overwhelming support. I think it's great we can forward this decision to Jeff, those reports, including those important messages. And again, thank you to you and your leadership, and you have our full trust.
Thank you. Slovenia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Slovenia, on behalf of the EU and its member states, would like to reiterate our full support to the decision that you have just made, and we see it as a very significant contribution to the further success of the convention. So congratulations and our support again.
Thank you. Brazil, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Do you hear me okay? Because my screen is frozen. I hope you do. So Brazil would just like to reiterate our support and thank you again for the hard work that has been done to adopt this important resolution to forward the reports on the remaining POPs and the resources needed to be allocated to address them in a timely manner to the JAF8 replenishment process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Canada, please.
Thank you, Madam President. You can hear me?
Yes.
Well, on behalf of Canada, we would like to express our congratulations, first of all, on your good work and the effort of those who came up with this draft decision. We're fully supportive. We certainly hear the words of the vast majority of developing countries to support this decision, and great support from the donors to the JEF as well for this decision going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Latin American and Caribbean group, I want to thank the plenary and all your efforts to make this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. I think we move on then to the closure of the online segment.
Thank you very much. We have now reached the end of the online segment of the meetings of the Conference of the Parties to the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions. As we have indicated during the opening of the meetings on Monday, during the face-to-face segment, the conferences of the parties will consider all items of their agendas that were not considered or concluded during the current online segment and were therefore deferred to the face-to-face segment. I would now like to invite Mr. Rolf Payer, Executive Secretary of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, to make closing remarks to these meetings. Mr. Payer.
I think we cannot hear Mr. Payer. It's not going through. Maybe raise your hand again. Rolf, I will try again to stream. All right, so this is streaming. But we cannot hear you nor see you, unfortunately.
So you'll make the decision.
Marilyn?
Okay, we cannot hear Mr. Payet, unfortunately.
Okay, so then I would like to invite Mr. Remy Nono-Wodim, the Executive Secretary of the Rotterdam Convention, to make his closing remarks to the meeting, and then we will come back to listen to Mr. Payet. Mr. Wardim, please go ahead. You have the floor.
So he's streaming, but he's not shown in the panel, I think. Maybe I will unstream Sylvia and stream her again later, maybe because there are too many people streaming at the same time. Ruby, if you can raise your hand again. I don't see you now. Okay. For some reasons, it doesn't seem to work, unfortunately. Now we cannot hear you, Remy. Okay. Yes, it's not going through, fortunately.
Any of the two?
We can try again, then Mr. Payet, Rolf, I will stream you again. Here we go. Hopefully it goes through. Okay, no, it's not working for Mr. Payet. Okay, I will stop his streaming then. Unfortunately, it's not really conclusive at the moment. We are checking if perhaps the Deputy Executive Secretary could address the meetings. Yes, so I will stream Carlos Martin Novella. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you.
So
Carlos, on behalf of the Executive Secretary. Thank you. Carlos, you have the floor.
So, Mr. President, can you hear me?
Very well.
Very good. Thank you very much. Dear President of the Basel Convention, President of the Rotterdam Convention, President of the Stockholm Convention, dear delegates and observers, on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Convention, Rolf Payet, and the Executive Secretary of the FAO part of the Stockholm Convention, Mr. Remy Nono Goldmin, who unfortunately cannot stream at this moment. I have the honor to address you and to thank you for the big efforts made during this very busy week, where we have demonstrated when there is a will to reach consensus and when there is a will to ensure the environmental agenda moves ahead and to address with priority important issues for our environment and our health, there is possibilities to make progress. So I want to thank you for your efforts, for all those involved. I also want to thank all the colleagues in the BRS Secretariat who has been preparing these meetings since months ago and during these days working very hard, and all the support team, interpreters, and all the other technical staff who has made this meeting possible. I can tell you from the Secretariat, organizing a COP is always stressing. Organizing an online COP is very much more stressing. But we have managed to get there, and I really look forward to see all of you face to face in some few months in Geneva. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Executive Secretary. On behalf of the Executive Secretary, Geneva, and the Executive Secretary of the Rotterdam Convention, Rome. Next, I will invite my colleague, Sylvia, to say a few words on behalf of the three presidents.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I wish to first thank all involved in the meeting, and in particular the co-chairs of the contact group on budget for having successfully led us to a successful outcome. We have achieved great accomplishments this week while working within this challenging setting, and for many of you, very challenging working hours. First and foremost, we have adopted the interim program of work of budget for 2022 that will ensure the continuation of the operation of the conventions and the Secretariat in 2022. Under the Rotterdam Convention, an important step was reached with the elections of the members of the Compliance Committee, which will allow the committee to start its work, which aims to assist parties in resolving their compliance difficulties and also review systematic issues of compliance. Under the Stockholm Convention, the election of the members of the Effectiveness Evaluation Committee mark the start of the second evaluation of the effectiveness of the Convention to assess whether the Convention is succeeding in achieving its objective of protecting human health and the environment from POPs. In the final minutes, the Conference of Parties to the Stockholm Convention agreed to forward two important outcomes to the GEF. The Stockholm Convention's financial mechanism, given ongoing negotiations for its 8th replenishment, the 5th review of the financial mechanism, and the report of the full assessment of the funding necessary and available for the implementation of the Stockholm Convention for the period 2022 to 2026. Finally, we have also agreed to resume the conferences of the parties to continue our important work from 6 to 17 June 2022 in Geneva, Switzerland. On behalf of myself and my very, very dear presidents, President of the Conference of the Parties to the Basel Convention, Mr. Osvaldo Alvarez Perez, and President Conference of Parties to the Rotterdam Convention, Mr. Serge Mole Alo, we wish to thank you all for your hard work and contributions this week, and we look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully next June in Geneva. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia, on behalf of the three of us. So now I will close the Conference of the Parties, not close, but adjourn, and then I will invite my other two presidents to do the same. So now I adjourn the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Basel Convention, which is expected to be reconvened